got you now, I'll show you all. I'll kick out the chair, let you dangle slow. In the back of the bus, all of us like the coats and cloak rooms. And if you rise again, take a form I know. The river will boil and overflow, and the houses you're haunting will tremble with temporal hoodoo. I don't know about you, but I am hell-bent, I know what it is that I must do. And close your eyes when we kiss, 'cause I am prepared to set myself on fire for this. You will drop on all fours, get down, show me what you're good for. Sass mouth, pink bellied, I perceive. If for this you're not 18, I'm throwing you over my bony knee. So don't cry, don't scream, good lord. You always know what you're in for. My belt done, buckle, so believed you. Grubby little thing, I'm throwing you over my bony knee.
It's out there, it's gonna get you.
When you're tender place, when you're safe at home, there's a tombstone that waits of your very own. While you're running like beasts on the sheets of my sterilized room. When your comfy bed, air-conditioned car, there are vapors and toxins to get you all. In the water you drink, in the air that you breathe, in the soil under your shoe. I don't know about you, but I am at peace, I know what it is that I must do. I hope you're sitting down, dear. Come hell or high water, this sick world will know I was here. You will drop on all fours, get down, show me what you're good for. Sass mouth, pink bellied, I perceive. If for this you're not 18, I'm throwing you over my bony knee. So don't cry, don't scream, good lord. You always know what you're in for. My belt done, buckle, so believe you. Grubby little thing, I'm throwing you over my bony knee. We know you're asleep. We know you're asleep. We know you're asleep.
The doll people are not men, they are made of ice and glass. Our skin is clay and painted blue, our head can detach. We are statues with a pulse, we are art you can fuck. The doll people are quiet. What is there to say? Art does not interpret itself. There are men with a day to save. We are paintings with legs. We are art you can fuck. Drink the doll's legs spread like butter. We are wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. The beauty and the buyer take the screaming one, because a woman who doesn't want it is much harder than one that does. Wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. Wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. The doll people are alive. the art these days to be admired takes precedence over admiring. To be desired takes importance over desiring. Drink the doll's legs spread like buttery. Your wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. The beauty and the buyer take the screaming one, because a woman who doesn't want it is much harder than one that does. Pain popping off of us like rockets, stuff right out of a fantasy. The words so stuck to our pockets. The beauty and the buyer take the screaming one, because a woman who doesn't want it is much harder than one that the doll people are gone. They don't know what happened. They looked under her skirts one morning, but all they saw were maggots. They banged their head on the wall. They fucked the yard on that afternoon. The dolls are off running and laughing together, swimming in the milk of the moon. Wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. Wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother. Wife, whore, mistress, maid, mother.
Evelyn, why do we bother to stay? Why are you running away? Don't you feel like severing? Everything's just come together. It's broken, I don't want to play. We grew up closer than anything. Closer than anything. Shared our bed and wore the same clothes. Talked about everything. Spoke about so many things. What shall we wear tonight? What shall we eat today? Can we go ice skating? But we just did that yesterday. Should we be firemen? Can we be astronauts? What if they find us? They're not looking anyway. Evelyn, why do we bother to stay? Why are you running away? Don't you feel like severing? Everything's just come together. It's broken, I don't want to play. Fill my glass, let's drink a toast. This is our birthday. So why are we weeping? At your side, I feel like a ghost, and I stare at you sleeping. What shall we wear tonight? What shall we eat today? Do you think I should marry him? We just met him yesterday. Should we be movie stars? Will we be millionaires? I want to be famous. They're watching us anyway. Evelyn, why do we bother to stay? Why are you running away? Don't you feel like severing? Everything's just come together. It's broken, I don't want to play. We grew up so very close. A parasite is the home. I'm only trying to do what is best for us. Well, I never asked for this. I never wanted this. All that I want is some time to myself. Looking in your eyes, I'm coming. Just get away from me. Please just stop touching me. You're always trying to be somebody else. Now I realize I'm not all
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play Dungeons and Dragons whenever the hell we're all around. Jello, you look confused.
I'm looking at Ethan.
I'm often confused at Ethan myself. I cannot blame you for that in the slightest. Welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play Dungeons and Dragons whenever the hell we feel like it, whenever the hell we're available, and we are available today for a very special session, because, well, I mean, this week, there's been a lot of doomerism in the chat, and, I have no clue why. But, I mean, let's hear it from the players themselves, so let's go ahead and do our introductions, and, let's just throw out some session feelings. Just how are you feeling going into the session? What is our first, like, one word off the top of your head? What's your thought? I'm Dean, I'm the Dungeon Master, I play everyone else, and I run this shit show, and I have to say for this one, my one word is Ortah farming, but it's one word.
It's not one word.
It's Ortah farming, but one word.
That's not one word.
It is now.
But it's one word.
Hyphenated?
What you misunderstand, Ines, is that the DM has final rule.
Because I'm Ortah farming. That's all being a DM is, when you think about it.
Sure.
Alright, also I forgot to say my name, my Discord username, which is Hold Me Now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. That's the most singing you're getting out of me. Next up we have Lephiftus. Who are you? And what's your give me a word for the session today.
Hi, I'm Jello. I play Sween. My word for this session is Harumangled.
True. I like that
We're
one.
getting Harumangled.
It's just like the mangle from Five Nights at Freddy's. Two?
Yeah, it's 2.
Thank you. I knew you would know, considering the Freddy Fazbear in your fucking camera. No, not that one, the one behind you.
Oh.
Anyways, the Keekler.
Hello. My word today is cold. It's 64 degrees in my room, and it's dropping. For people who use Celsius, that is 17 degrees Celsius.
You know
I am
would
dying.
really
I am
warm
so
you
cold.
Like fire, on fire.
So true, Ethan. Speaking of the wizard, who are you and what's
I'm the
your
wizard.
word?
You're not even a
Ethan.
wizard.
I
No,
play
that's the
Moloch
wizard,
and
Ines.
I'm the wizard. I play Moloch, and for combat, I'm also going to be playing Charpay, so I get no role playing out of me until we win. My word is shart. I think it's a powerful word.
Session.
It's a very poignant word.
Shart?
I agree.
I agree. Ethan, since you are the wizard, where can one obtain wizard beer?
That's for wizards to know and you to find out.
Thank fuck. I don't even know if you know the reference, but you at least played into it. It's a secret.
I don't know the reference.
Damn. You're not the wizard then. Anyway.
Ethan, I think the cops are coming to get you. I just heard like 5 trucks
Ines,
drive down the road
Ines,
with
prepare-
sirens blaring.
Ines, prepare yourself. Uncle Gubsy. Who are you?
Hey.
What's a word?
I'm Tony. What's the word?
For the
I don't know,
session.
like gub 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 gub. Who could
Not
say?
weird.
Yes, it is. If there's no spaces, it's all one word.
We're making words that Ines has never heard of before.
It's more like a fish onomatopoeia, not a word.
Or automatically.
Well, maybe if I reference it within context.
Wait. Jello has leaned
the
fucking. Jello has leaned in. Let Jello speak.
Fish, you say?
We all need to respect the Jello mic lean. Oh god.
Fish you say.
Fish, you
You know
say.
he's serious.
Anyways, rounding us off today, speaking of Ines, we are going to bumble this. Who are you, and what's your word for the session?
Hi, I'm Ines. I haven't been here in ages because, oops. I come back, everything's in shit, so I think my word for the session is...
That's not a word!
And that's it. Oh, that's not a word enough? For an exclamation is not enough? Okay. Shit.
Shit.
It's like those sites where your
Yeah, you know
username
what?
has to be more than 2 letters.
Exactly. I is not a word. A is not a word. An is not a word.
Really?
Yes. I'm sorry. No, they are words.
Gub
They
gub
are.
gub 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 is.
They are
Why could you do
words.
this to me? Why could you do this to me?
It sounded so genuine and my need to bamboozle took over my body, but no, they are real words. Anyways. Are we ready for a recap and then we can jump in? Okay, let's do that. So, why are you smirking like that?
Nothing. Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Okay. Yay. I also need to fucking call out Cece real quick before we go into the recap for having the most cheat sheet of all time. And Cece, instead of wishing us luck for the session, is now malding that we insulted the hell-flavored color scheme. And I do have to agree, it is quite hell-flavored. It is insane on the eyes. Alright, so. Let's, Ethan, what?
Sorry, I was muted. I have got to respect it. I have no choice.
Okay, fair enough. You are Charpay, so, I mean, you're just kind of, like, embodying that today. Okay. Last session, the party continued on through the trials that were presented to them inside of the Crimson Keep. That kind of bloodied, mangled area. It's not called the Crimson Keep. What the fuck is it called? The Bleeding Citadel. The Bleeding Citadel. While they were inside the Bleeding Citadel, they continued on in doing all of their different trials, and were able to start making headway throughout each of them. They had a couple of different ones, but the one that started us off was Moloch and Gideon confronting kind of versions of chaos in their hearts and mind. And they were able to confront these by just generally, like, figuring out what each other's, like, general, like, chaos bringing into their life was, and were able to fight it off in a way. In the process, they were able to wean or, like, woe and such their, wheel and woe? No, wax and wane. What am I saying? Look, man! It's been a day. It's been a week. They were able to wheel or woe their kind of... What is going on with you guys? I feel like every time I look over, one of you guys has an increasingly mischievous expression.
You keep saying wheel or whoa.
Whoa!
You did it again!
Wax and wane!
Wax and wane! Wax and wane!
I'm so sorry.
What's even wheel?
It's from augury.
What
It's
do you
from
wheel and
augury.
woe with?
It's from fucking augury. I'm thinking of the spell augury. Boom! And then after that, there was a trial between Sween and Korah, and they were also seeing different visions, with Sween seeing one of Korah's, where Korah was being on trial for something, seemingly murdering someone in a way that is way beyond hell standards, and was on trial for that. And Sween, on the other hand, or rather the vision that Korah saw, which was seemingly from Sween, was of a fishing dock where an ice devil was spearing away at an eel that was eerily similar in color scheme to Moloch. With that sorted out of the way, they were also able to wax or wane their feelings on the situation, to which Korah denied what exactly was going on in the vision, where instead Sween was like, okay, this shit happened. With that kind of, believe Sween was more just like opposing the force that was going against the fish. Fish is good, is what we're getting at. So, after that, the party finally had one more trial, which was the Trial of the Waters, which Moloch took charge of and was able to basically order around a puzzle of a bunch of different moons to match with one of the two like large serpents. I also forgot to mention in Gideon's trial, he was confronted by a strange doll-like demonic force, who introduced himself as a kind of spectral thrall of Grajit. Grajit, new name thrown out there, seemingly a fucked up demon. We'll see what that leads to. After that, the pathway was open forward for the party, where they could either go get the sword or go get the halo. They started with the sword, and the trial to get the sword was to ascend up a series of different, like, mix-matched kind of fragments of visions from everyone that were determined on who was holding either the wax or wane orbs. They were eventually able to scale up the top of it, though I do recommend, just for, like, anyone interested in the greater lore of Cursed Ones, to definitely go back and watch that session, because there's a ton of, like, crazy shit going on in that particular climb. Stuff about demons, we got stuff about just, like, old, like, scenes and stuff and characters that we've never seen before, a bunch of, like, wild quotes. The party's mind has been running all week of thoughts and theories of what is going on there, and I definitely think it's worth a watch. But as they were able to finally get to the top, they were able to pull out the Sword of Zariel from the head of Lulu the Hollyphant, who basically just told them, okay, I want you guys to just bring Zariel down. At this point, she's corrupted, just bring her to me, I want to reunite with her again. Take the sword, use it well, go! Go, my heroes! And the party took the sword, though in the process, Gideon identified it and learned that there is a curse on the blade that increases your potency of chaos inside of you. This is a bit vague, and all the other effects of the sword are very strong and very good, so it's only really a matter of time to see what is done with the sword, but for now, no one attunes to it immediately, still kind of wary about the side effects. From there, the party once again continued on their quest to get the halo, and this time were sent through a series of memories of Zariel. Well, Zariel, Maggie, and Yale, who was one of the Moonlight Sorcerers. These memories started off inside of a war camp right after the disappearance of Koshiro, who was their former mentor, who is also in the modern day currently stalking the party and doing bad shit here and there. Those who are long-term watchers of the Cursed Ones may also remember Koshiro from the Ritual Aggression one-shot, to which it was Tony's character, but now he's mine. From there, it was shown that Zariel made contact with a strange demonic entity. This kind of doll-like body with like a long stringing form behind it and this massive kind of like pale crowned face. And it made a very dubious offer to Zariel about her saving her face for him. It then whisked away towards the next scene, but not after very deeply scarring Yale and getting the party all sorts of fucked up inside the radius of this demonic presence. From there, the party continued to see visions, this time of Zariel in hell. The next one was Yale and Maggie fighting off Sister Marevna, back seemingly when Kosheshi was in control. And during that fight scene, Yale ran away to go get to Zariel, and the party saw her body fully destroyed. Or not destroyed, rather, but her face cut off and the rest of her body left to rot. Zariel's, that is. And the person putting the face onto this new doll was none other than Haruman, who quickly dispatched and killed Yale as his hand transformed into this giant one and slashed at her. Finally, the vision ended with a confrontation with the once angelic body of Zariel, to which she had a full-on breakdown, but eventually Gideon was able to grab and get the halo. Now, with that in hand, they're almost on their way out, though suspicions start to raise about this entire place, considering it was built off the memories of the Moonlight Sorcerers, and seemingly the place is made to keep people like Zariel and Haruman out. There's really only one potential culprit, which is Maggie has to be potentially behind this. And with that suspicion underway, this is when Haruman makes his appearance. The session ended with Haruman drawing his blade, splitting kind of the entire place in a strange way that left everyone in front of him. And that's about where we ended things. So, without further ado, are we ready to jump into the session?
Yeah.
Trick question. I'm not. I'm gonna go get some liquid for myself. Stay hydrated, and then we'll start.
Okay.
Hey!
My Korah cheat sheet isn't working. I'm a little worried.
It's a good time for you guys to strategize. In all 2 seconds
I
you
don't
have.
know. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking with Jello about who should use a sword.
Yeah, but also I don't know anything about this sword in character
let's-
and
let's
out
do
of
all
The
your
curse
spell
isn't even that
slots.
bad. The curse
Yeah,
isn't
do you
even
have all
that
your spell
bad.
slots? Jello does not. Or I guess,
Yeah.
yeah, Sween does not, right?
I have 1 teleport. That's it, basically.
Like, who do you think would be better to use it, if not you?
I don't know. Just I don't.
It's
I
kind of a
don't-
charisma-based weapon, right?
That's true. It is a charisma weapon, so it should be
Tony,
either.
can I have a stat block?
either two.
Are we
We
allowed to have
do.
it? We do?
Yeah.
No, but you have it, right? But we
Yeah.
don't.
Oh, yeah.
What was the curse again?
Okay.
Due to chaos.
It basically, like, shifts you... It says it introduces more chaos to you to shift you towards neutral.
Well, it was doing that for Zariel.
Okay. Okay, well, I wasn't sure if it was shifting you towards neutral or it was introducing chaos to shift you towards neutral. I didn't know which one it was because they're similar but very different
It's
in how they
introducing-
play out.
It was introducing more chaos in an attempt to shift Zariel to neutral.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, if someone else attunes to it, is it just going to try to shift them towards neutral by, like, if they're already chaotic, making them ordered, or is it just going to give them chaos no matter what?
You only sensed an increase of chaos.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'll
Okay,
at
so it
least
makes you more
confirm that.
chaotic.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, chaos for Sween is the cursed ones.
Yeah, Claymore of Zariel, 2d6 greatsword, two-handed, legendary, +1. You get resistance to necrotic and radiant. Charisma increases by 2. You sprout wings that give you a fly speed of 60 feet, and you can hover. You get true sight. You can get true sight, so you get to see through all magic stuff, and you get searing radiance, which makes the sword deal an extra 2d8 radiant to any creature it hits, or 3d10 if you're wielding it with 2 hands. And any fiends that take this radiant damage have to make a DC 17 con save or be blinded. And then there's the curse. So yeah, it is pretty good. Does big damage.
Yeah.
Lets you fly. Gives you
There's too much
resistances.
repair
Gives
that
you
she
true
gets.
sight.
So she can't use the sword as well, especially with the fact that you guys are hexblades and you attack with charisma.
It's
Well, the
between-
sword doesn't attack with charisma. It just happens to increase your charisma.
Oh, but
Yeah.
Dean, you said you would let them attack with charisma, right?
Yes, I would.
Like the hexblade specifically.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's how the ability works.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. We're in agreement.
Yeah.
Yep. Hexblades.
Yes.
I'm more just confused why it needed a clarifier because that's just how it works. That's just the whole subclass.
Because I'm talking to Jello about who would best use it.
Okay.
As in Charpay would probably not be the best.
Yeah, probably not.
Why
All right.
not?
Because it's a great sword and I attack with dex.
Anywho.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
I forgot Charpay is a Dexident. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Without further ado, are we ready to jump into the session?
Yeah, sure.
Somewhere.
And also, Charpay is the only one that can use it because quick attunement and action search.
I'm killing you! It's the first time I've been cut off during the intro monologue.
I just remember. Well, Ethan was going on a tangent about
You
how
get
action search has
DM, you
to
get
always be for
DM,
combat.
you get DM uninspiration. Dribbles you into a husk.
Okay,
Alright.
but it's just important because Ethan was all like action search
Speak
can only
in
be
the
used for
text
combat.
chat. Speak in the text chat. The DM is talking. Listen and learn. Okay, now are we ready to log in and do the session? Yes, good. Okay, let's go. Somewhere, someplace, a bell tolls low. The mirrored quartz floor of the temple shines a perverted distortion of the black bloodstain trailing up against the wall, where Dakota's head lay slack against the back of a pillar, marbled in ichor. Armor shifts, plate against plate, screeching a shrill tenor. Beelzebub skittering over to the rest of you is the only other sound you hear besides your own cores and hearts pounding from the sudden movement. He crouches down into a squat, leaning against the hilt of his blade. The cracked thing pops with a hume of smog.
We can handle this easily, if you want to. You're broken, battered. You don't want to play hero right now. Just be a little selfish. For your own sake. Don't let these mortals rub off on you. Bloody, hideous things.
Kind of slowly reaches out his hand, fingertips twitching.
If you're going to make any judgments based on how hideous something is, perhaps you should look in the mirror yourself.
Novem. Octo. Septem.
Guys?
I'm just gonna throw Disintegrate at him.
Okay. You immediately are just, as he's starting to count this down, Gideon, you rear back the back of your hand and start to kind of force out this Disintegrate, and you hand it towards him, and he immediately is going to snap his finger, turn it around towards you, and counterspell you.
Cool, I'm gonna counterspell his counterspell.
Roll for initiative.
Oh boy.
Here we go!
Oh.
What's my dex? I have not touched this sheet in so long.
Alright, 22. And we will resolve the counterspelling in just a moment, okay? Let me get my necklace on. Okay, so get initiative rolling. Charpay starting strong with a 22. And let me roll in for... That is a 24 on Haruman. So starting us off is going to be Haruman, but first we have to resolve the situation between Gideon and Haruman with a Disintegrate going off. Haruman's counterspells automatically upcast to 5th level, so you're rolling against that.
Okay. I definitely made it.
Okay. So that means the Disintegrate goes through,
I get all my-
yes? Yeah, okay. Go for it.
Yeah, it means dex save.
Dex save.
Yeah.
Okay. 27.
27, that definitely passes.
Oh, and that's a dex save, yeah?
Yeah.
Evasion. Does nothing. And now the cogs in your head begin to turn. And now it begins. So, as you send off this Disintegrate, Haruman is just going to, like, bounce off the side of his sword into the air and just flips around it as it goes underneath him, and he lands back onto the ground with, like, this metal sound that just... It sends a crack out throughout the quartz floor.
I just missed everything. My stuff lagged out. I have no idea what happened.
Evasion is what happened.
Oh, okay, evasion. Gotcha.
Yep.
Alright.
As he leaps over that and is going to then
Okay.
pick up his sword out from the ground. Swings it out to the side. This massive, kind of huge great sword just flails out to the side, and it begins to hurl inward with heat. Allow me to get the battle map up for you guys as well, as we are about to enter into initiative.
Right then.
Then we can do this the hard way. You made your choice, mortals. Alright, so let me just get this all up for you guys. It's gonna take a second because Roll20 likes to be a fucking dick to me. Yay! You had to wait the countdown. Okay, so Haruman is not supposed to be large. There we go. We are starting off from here. Can you all see it? Let me just... Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, we can all see the battle map? Mm-hmm. Everything's good. Perfect. So, let's start off in initiative with Haruman himself. When Tony's back. Now! Rest in peace. Is he dead? Chat?
So
Maybe.
I mean, his Wi-Fi was like dying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, welcome back. We'll see how this goes. Okay. Starting off with Haruman. So, starting out with Haruman, who is immediately, without hesitation, going to look towards you, Gideon, as he lands back on the ground and takes out this greatsword. And he is going to take the sword and just swing it around, and this massive thing of haze is going to appear around the scene, specifically around him. This large circle of smog. So let's get this in here. It extends out throughout the battlefield, and that is gonna go to the back, so that Haruman's still in there. Should be centered around him, so it should be one bigger. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so smog appears around him, and none of you guys are currently in it. From there, though, on the inside, you can start to see and feel as the air around you is heating up. As he takes his sword to the side, and you're seeing these vestiges of white-hot hellfire starting to wreath around his sword. He is currently charging something. And that is going to be the end of Haruman's first turn. Actually, no, bonus action is going to reach his finger out throughout the smog and is going to point it at Gideon in kind of like this gunshot way, as his other hand is holding back the greatsword with just the one hand. And he is going to, and this is going to be another bamboozle for you all, is going to put Hexblade's Curse on Gideon. You are cursed for 10 minutes. And that only is stuff that affects me. So, with that in mind, that is going to be the end of Haruman's turn, and now we go into next initiative, which is Charpay.
Yeah, is that smog fully obscuring?
It is not fully obscuring. It is a translucent smog in the air.
Okay.
Though it is partial obscuring.
Yeah. You guys think I should go in there?
No.
Probably gonna ignite that,
I don't
right?
really have a choice.
Yeah. But like, if we do want to hit him, and also like, it seems like he can also hit us from a range. Can he hit us? Can he hit us from a range?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, right?
I think we just gotta attack him and try not to die.
Yeah.
All right, Charpay's gonna go in.
Okay, Charpay's going in. Give me just a second here, because I have to move some stuff. But Charpay is just gonna 5, 10, 15. I'm assuming just going right up. 20?
Yeah.
Okay, and
yeah, first. Sorry,
you're entering the smog. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is. Sorry, one sec.
No worries.
I'm gonna get used to these numbers. Does a 19 pass?
A 19. Sorry, double checking. A 19 does pass.
Okay.
But you're going in there and you're just fully, like, as you are engulfed in the smog, Charpay is starting to just, like, slightly cough and such as her arm just naturally goes over her lungs as she starts to kind of struggle to breathe in this heavy, smoking air. But yeah, she heads up towards him.
Okay. And yeah, I'm just gonna attack.
Okay.
And that is a nat 20.
Okay.
And let's see. I think, yeah, I can use a charge to attack again with that same weapon. That is a 19.
19 is not going to hit. But the nat 20 does.
And I'm gonna use the extra. Pardon? Yeah, I'm gonna use the extra attack. That's a 21.
21. Okay, that hits.
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm gonna second level divine smite that crit and use my bonus action to activate that parasol.
Mhm.
And end my turn as I roll for damage.
Okay.
And Haruman's not undead, right? Just to make sure.
Haruman is not
damage?
undead. No.
Okay.
He does not count as an undead for the sake of like smite damage or anything like that. That also does
I'm
not
gonna roll
confirm
it.
that
What
he
about
also
a
just
fiend?
Smite damage doesn't count for fiends. Like the extra one.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
No, shockingly it doesn't. It's pretty much only undead. Okay, next up.
Damn. All right.
I am going to perform a legendary action, and I am going to perform an attack on Charpay. As Haruman is once again, the flame starting to swirl around his sword is inward. It is still swirling, but definitely not enough to be fully charged whatever he's doing. And he is just going to take the sword and is going to slam it into Charpay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 19 to hit.
That exactly hits. How does the parasol damage throwing work?
Pardon?
How does the parasol damage throwing work? It's telling me that the parasol can store damage up to my HP.
Is that how? Okay, that is only for Saber Sucks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's only for Saber Sucks. It's basically like, if you fail it, it stores, like... Wait, sorry, I'm thinking of a different item. You still take the damage, but you absorb an equal amount.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
There is,
Yeah,
I believe...
19 exactly hits you.
Yeah, 19 exactly hits. Up to the max HP of the user. Okay, I was gonna say there is also a clarifier for that. So yeah, you are gonna be able to store as much damage as you take here, which is going to be 11 slashing plus 10 fire plus 6 necrotic.
11 plus 10 plus 6. Okay.
Yep. As Greatsword slams into the side of Charpay, and that is going to be Haruman's legendary action. Next up we have... Next up we have Gideon.
Cool. I'm going to cast Bigby's Hand next to Haruman, and I'm going to try to use it to disarm him of his blade.
Okay. With what?
The hand that's going to grab it.
Is that a thing the hand can do? Is what I'm
Yeah, it
asking.
can grab... Oh, yeah, okay. It can grab stuff. Let me check, just to make sure. Let's see, clench for... Oh, okay. It's in grasping hand. It says grab a huge or smaller creature, so I don't know if that'll let me grab objects.
It's a creature, so no. But you can't have a Bigby's hand on the
Okay.
field. Bigby's hand is always useful.
Well, if I can't use it to grab the sword, then... Wait, what am I doing? I have telekinesis.
You do.
So I'll use telekinesis to grab the sword then.
Okay.
Yeah, I know telekinesis can do that.
All right.
It's just a contested... It's a ability... It's a spellcasting check contested by a strength check, not athletics specifically. So
Okay,
it's
just
flat
strength?
strength and flat... Yeah,
Okay.
just strength.
This is a check, not a saving throw, correct?
It's a check, yeah.
Okay, cool. It's that plus that. 23.
Want me to barb that?
Oh, yeah, that'd actually be really helpful.
Okay.
I'll barb that.
Lower barb, at disadvantage, I take the lower number. That is higher still, so...
Okay.
23? Ooh,
Remains
so
at
I
23.
need...
We have the nat 1 portent still. I only used the 11.
You think it's worth it for this?
Do we want to use it yet, though?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's up to you guys. I'm putting it on the table as an option.
Well, if you think disarming him is worth it, you guys say something.
Look, actions are most impactful at the start of battle. I think it could be worth it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Then let's
Okay,
do it.
fucking fuck you.
Okay.
Nat 1 portent.
Yeah,
Okay,
nat 1
well,
portent.
that one...
Yeah, so as
So,
Gideon reaches his hand out and starts trying to grip back the sword, Korah is, you understand the struggle going on as Haruman's just keeping a full grip on the thing. And Korah, you cast your feathers forward, and his hand just snaps out of it and just starts trembling and shaking, as he just... and the sword goes flying back. I'm assuming you're just gonna drag it all the way back towards you?
Yeah, I can drag it up to 30 feet.
Okay, it has stopped charging. And you drag it up to 30
Okay.
feet, so it goes back towards you, it slides down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, how far is the distance between me and Haruman?
It is, like, pretty much exactly 30 feet, 35, person to person.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Then I just pull it over to me, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's 5 feet in front of me, so I can just, I don't know, pull it over, kick it behind me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so you pull it over, kick it, kind of to the side. And, okay, that was 49 damage from Charpay. Good, cool. Sounds good. So, Gideon, you do that. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn
Cool.
for now, yeah.
Okay. And let's take 4. Okay, cool. B, you're up.
Okay. Okay, so first question. This is probably going to be a no. Is that sword gonna fit in an infernal puzzle box? It probably won't, but
no.
I figured I'd check. Okay.
It's
yay.
fucking massive.
It's a big old sword. Okay. I would like to... I don't know if I want to move closer. I am mostly a melee attacker, so I feel like I should... I'm just gonna... I'll move behind one of the trash piles, maybe? Or if I
Okay,
try
5,
to...
10, 15, 20. You want to get behind this one? Like 25?
Yeah, I'm good there.
Alright, yeah.
I will bonus action hide with my shadow cloak just to be extra sure, and then I'm going to use my action to cast Armor of Agathis, and this is a prep round for me.
Yeah, good to have a prep round.
Yeah, okay, and that's all I'll do. I'll do Armor of Agathis and hiding.
Okay.
So, what's up?
Yeah?
Wait, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say, with telekinesis, could I also just have it in the air as well? 30 feet in the air, and then, because, diagonal.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I'll allow it
I was
this
like,
one
I
time.
should just not have it on the ground where Haruman can get it. I should
Yeah.
have it diagonal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sween, you're up.
Anyway, yeah, that's my turn.
Oh, yeah,
for now.
that's your turn. Sween, you're up.
All right.
Oh, don't forget, Sween and Charpay both have Fortune's Favor.
Yes.
They still have it. I don't think it's gone away
Oh,
yet.
I forgot
Okay.
about that. Shoot, what should I do?
Just do what you were planning on doing. I'm just letting you know that you have that.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Wait. Where's Moloch in the turn order?
Where is Moloch?
Oh, am I next?
Yeah, it should be Moloch. It's just not on the list.
Oh, yeah, Moloch 7. Okay, it is
Moloch
Moloch's
is
turn.
7. I don't
Moloch's
know how
turn.
I don't know how I missed.
Good call.
Hours? Let's see. What should I do? Buff spells? Okay, yeah, why don't I start things simple and just cast a quick Bless on Charpay, Gideon, and Sween. And I'm gonna cast another bonus and use my bonus action to cast Sanctuary on Gideon.
Gotcha.
And I'm gonna move behind a pillar. Can I move behind that?
Which pillar or a trash pile?
Maybe the pillar to my right, yeah. Or the trash pile, yeah.
Yeah,
to my
okay.
right.
Left,
Oh,
right,
sorry.
over here?
Yeah, that one.
Cool.
Yeah. Just so we're split up.
For reference, you can tell that these are things that Dakota set up in the lobby and such while you guys were all prepping for Haruman.
Thank you, Dakota.
Alright, so you head behind the trash pile. And is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Bless and
Korah.
Sanctuary.
It's Sween's turn.
Sween.
Oh, Sween.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna run over to Moloch,
Okay.
and I'd like to ask her to, hey, hand me the sword.
Oh, what?
We're not getting out of this without that.
What do you mean? You think you're gonna use it?
What else can I do?
Right, fine. I'm removing cursing as soon as I can, but just take it.
Yeah. Thanks.
And you are going to take the Blade of Zariel into your hand, and what would you like to do?
We do quick attune, right?
We do
Is
quick
that
attunement.
how-
Action to attune.
Okay. I take my action to attune.
You take your action to attune to the blade. From right next to you, Moloch, you see as Sween grabs onto the hilt of this long, kind of effervescent claymore of this gloamy purple and moonlit glow. As he closes his eyes and begins the process of attunement, the air thick with heat. You feel this chill in the air. Sween, you immediately double over onto the ground and start heaving as the sensation rushes through your mind and body all at once. You feel it in the back of your eyelids, starting to curl up to the front. Moloch, you see Sween's scales are beginning to sheen with a roiling, deep, gloomy glow. His fingertips blackening and scales beginning to shimmer and shine as your body shifts for a moment. There's a sound of internal structures moving and bending and cracking. Something inside the back of your throat is swimming around and pulsing with energy as your gills flare open with vent fumes of frostbitten heat. There's a voice crawling in your mind, Sween. Over. Breeze hell over. It's more of a thought as opposed to an external voice. Your vision doubles as you begin to stumble from behind this trash. You look out into the smog in the distance as you're starting to get up, trying to will yourself back to your feet, slightly contorting as you do. You look up and out towards the smog where Haruman stands up against Charpay, and your vision doubles for a moment in those dark, black eyes. Haruman's form stretches for a second in the other side of your vision. Serpentine. Like strands of coiling DNA and nerves, sparking and pulsing. Serpent stretched throughout the room, a tongue unfurled from its gaping jaw. There's a coiled sadness as you gaze upon a spiked iron throne, sitting atop it a cross-legged figure of red-skinned, dual-horned presence, as it casts his dying, rotting, red-soaked gaze towards you. Your eyes stop blurring for a second. You double back. Moloch, you kind of have a hand out trying to steady Sween, I'd imagine. As he gets back up to his feet, double the size he was before. You are now a large creature. We're gonna throw that out there. You step up to these aching legs. All of your joints feel cold and frozen underneath you. And as your vision blurs back into reality, the air reeks of rotten, spoiled fish. You see Moloch. Well, you see Moloch's fiend core pulsing in her chest, this coiling mass of eels, partially wrapped around what you can visibly see is the still intact core of Matral. And you see everyone's core in the process. Everyone that has one, that is. Korah, a rotten fruit. Moloch's, Haruman's, beating and soaked and marinated in shadow and dripping with sparks of pure agonizing light in a way that makes your stomach churn. Bone, fleshless, necrotic, lifeless wretch. And then all that is left are the thoughts rushing through your mind. As the sword lands gripped inside your hand. Play. He who takes this all for granted, who plays into this schooling, spiraling maelstrom, he is nothing more than a scaled beast for your maw. That armor of his is nothing more than fish scales to rub off with the back of your blade. Eat him. Eat him. Webbed wings sprout from your back, though the feathered description the sword spoke of when you, Gideon, identified it, have instead spread themselves as long fish scales and pieces of paper-thin, delicate ice. You've attuned to the Blade of Zariel and receive all of its benefits. That is your action.
Before you even think about reacting to everything that just happened, I'm gonna. Can I see Haruman?
Yes, you can. From
Okay.
vaguely above the trash at this point.
Hexblade curse in return.
There you go. With the sword gripped in your hand, your eyes simply cast over the top of the trash, and there's this beam of light that shoots through the smog. Then all of you see it. It sparks out of the way, and once again this deep, icy blue that sends off small trails of flaming tips. You've Hexblade cursed Haruman in return. Is that the end of your turn?
1, 2. Wait, how much did I move? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's the end of my turn. Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
That's it.
With that in mind, we are back into initiative. Though Haruman does look over at the trash pile from where this transformation just occurred. And Charpay hears the greeting of these, sharpened teeth underneath the mask. It sounds like metal against metal. Something about this is not rubbing him the right way. Now it is Korah's turn.
Okay, with 30 feet flying, how far can I get above where Beelzebub is? So that we're all kind of in a horseshoe shape?
You can get 30 feet because of diagonals.
Yeah.
You could get right over Beelzebub and 30 feet up because that's how diagonals work.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, if I could go just right over Beelzebub, but upwards, so that if either of us are hit, you could just put me above Beelzebub.
Yeah, we'll put you there on the trash pile.
And it can be assumed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to catch you if you fall?
No, it's just if a spell is cast, it can be assumed that he'd have to focus on getting both of us and not getting it is insane logic. Just work with me here.
Yeah, sure.
Good, it's good.
I don't want to pay attention to what just happened with Sween. I think I have other fish to fry. No pun intended. I am going to cast Wither and Bloom it's just a space within range, and range is 60 feet. So it's a 10-foot radius sphere. I'm going to cast it on where Haruman and Charpay are.
Charpay, yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Charpay can, I'll choose you, so you can roll one of your unspent hit dice and regain a number of hit points equal to a roll plus your my spellcasting ability modifier. Sorry, which is plus 10, not 10, plus 8.
Oh.
Jesus. Plus 8. Jesus.
Wait, no, your modifier, not your attack bonus. So it should just be.
Oh, it's not wisdom, right? Not wisdom, intelligence. Holy
So
shit.
4?
I
There we
believe
go.
so. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
No, just 3. Just 3.
Thank you.
So just 10.
Okay. Is that
so? Roll a
that?
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution
as
saving throw.
Haruman.
As Haruman.
Yeah.
Okay. 18.
Oh, that passes. However,
Gotcha.
he's still in there, so I believe it's each turn as long as it. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, that's just a 1 and done.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
I was looking at duration, so yeah, that's it.
Sounds good. Well, with that in mind, is that going to be that? Is that your turn?
Yes.
Back up to
I
Haruman's
can't
turn.
get my dot to work, so I don't know what else I have.
Back up to
So you're
my
gonna
turn.
bleed before radiant damage?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
at the start of your turn.
Wait, Wither and Bloom doesn't do half damage on a success?
It Oh, it does. I was reading the first
quarter
part.
that.
Sorry, I'm frazzled. Oh wow, quarter. That's okay.
Yeah, resistance to necrotic. Okay.
Okay, that's like 2 damage.
Yeah, 2 damage. Okay, 2 necrotic damage. Haruman is going to reach his hand out and is going to bonus action return to sender, and the sword is going to teleport back into his hand.
Am I still
Stop him from
concentrating
charging
on
it,
it
though.
with telekinesis though? How does that work? Because I know he teleported it, but I'm asking, is like now that after it's been teleported, am I still concentrating on it with telekinesis?
You must, right?
Surely? I suppose you would be.
Okay, but so if I don't want him to swing the sword, wouldn't he have to make a contested check to break out of telekinesis, even though it's in his
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He would.
Okay. Cool. Okay, just want to make sure.
Cool.
Because telekinesis the wording gets really vague with objects. It's
It
like pretty
does.
clear with creatures, but it gets more vague with objects.
Yeah. Natural 20.
No. Oh.
All right, guys.
Damn.
We did our best.
I don't have. I don't have anything to grab it. So.
Oh shit! If I'm gonna barbs it, I gotta barbs it at a higher level.
Oh.
That's why I didn't barb it, because all I only have is a 5th level slot left.
Alright. Well, unless there's any objections, I return the sword to sender, and Gideon, you try to continue to hold your telepathic grasp. Just full on strength, just yanks it out from you, and you feel your spell break, and your hand kind of go a bit weak. Okay, well, with that in mind, I am going to... How the fuck do these work? Hang on, I gotta figure some shit out. So that was a bonus action, return to sender. Okay, understood. Well, return to sender has been used, so I'm just going to multi-attack on Charpay. Okay, so first one to hit is a 19 on the die, which 19 on the die, which I know automatically hits. Second, yeah, that's also gonna hit, and that one is also gonna hit. So all 3 are gonna hit. So Charpay in total is gonna be taking... This is a flat damage, and then that would be done 3 times, so... Ooh. Okay, that is a total of 60 points of damage, split between slashing, fire, and necrotic.
Okay, I don't think I resist anything.
Yeah, I don't think you do either. As he takes the blade, yanks it out from the sky, and is going to triple slash onto Charpay, just slams it up and down, and just drops it onto Charpay, kind of manages to scuff Charpay's leg and slightly bend it backwards. You guys hear a crunch further off into things. And Haruman is going to start moving forward. 5, 10, 15...
Opportunity attack?
20... Yep.
That is a 22.
Reaction parry.
Okay, that's his reaction.
Yep. Or is it? Yeah, so he adds 6 to his AC, and yeah.
6. Okay.
Yeah, anyway, so Charpay swings the kind of the scythe around, and he just fully sends his elbow up and knocks her hand out of the way, and then continues marching forward. And is gonna end here. So Sween and Gideon, I need you guys to make Constitution saving throws.
Alright.
You guys both have bless.
Yep.
Uh, 24.
24, okay. Succeeds. And Sween? Oh, did you drop your dice?
Yeah, I dropped a d4. Sorry, math. The 22.
22, those both succeed. Though the air does grow heavy around you. Alright, that is Haruman's turn. And he is going to once again, with the sword, start swirling it with hellfire. Next in initiative is going to be... Okay, Charpay.
Yeah. So how does my Parasol's rebuke work? Do I just do it? Is it a free action?
Well, it is an action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best action I got. That's a 76 force damage to you.
Okay.
Ah,
I was actually hold on, sorry, 1 sec.
That I believe
That's
that is.
74 force damage.
Is it a save? I thought it was a save too.
It didn't say a save.
It should be a save.
I
I'm
agree
pretty
with
sure-
you.
Maybe you should
I'm
send
pre-
the stat block to Dean, like right now. So we.
It's not a stat block here.
Okay, well, CC put it on the cheat sheet as that. I'm pretty sure in every other
Yeah.
scenario it's been used, it's been a save.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
if it's
Constitution
force
save though.
damage,
It's
probably
con save though, so it's at least not a dex, so at least not evasion. So I will con save, and it's a save or suck, full damage or half. Okay, that is going to be 19 on con. And that is against
19,
it should be that's like spell save DC of Charpay. Because it should be
well, that does
charisma.
pass, yeah.
Okay. Well then that's half damage of that.
Yeah. Half of 74 is still pretty high.
It is still pretty high.
37, yeah.
Kind of goes against the back of him as Charpay, like on shaky legs, takes the parasol and sends out this beam of force towards him. He just fully takes it in the back of the armor and just stumbles forward a little bit, but keeps posture up. So that was your action. Anything else you want to do at Charpay?
Yeah, I'm going to, let's see. Bonus action, Shield of Faith on Sween.
Mm-hmm.
And just try to get some cover, I guess, like to the right.
Okay.
Like up, right?
Like up here?
Yeah. Is there like any cover I can get there?
No cover. Actually, you could go behind
Alright,
this
yeah.
divot. This like tiny little
Sure,
divot
yeah.
here. Yeah.
Let's do that.
You can get half cover up there. And just kind of peek out from over there. Alright, well, sounds good. That is your turn, Charpay. Now goes on to Gideon.
I have a question. If Haruman was restrained, would that also stop him from doing the ritual or the charge up?
You don't know yet.
You try.
Hmm. You know what? The melee attacker is about to go, so I'll try it. I'm gonna cast telekinesis on Haruman specifically.
Okay.
So it's
That is-
another strength check contested by a spell casting check.
Okay. Ugh. What the fuck would that number be? Ah! Good lord. What a fucking
Numbers.
insano fucking creature this thing is. 28 for reference.
Damn.
I
Shit,
just
yeah,
learned
no,
that
that-
Charpay has silvery barbs, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Charpay Silvery Barbs, disadvantage. Well, at least the nat 20 isn't viable. You know, at least that's one off the board. At least it's
Alright.
away
Okay,
from the
so I
game
don't-
and it cannot hurt us,
Yeah,
you
okay,
know?
that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Alright, then nothing happened. Yeah, I really shot myself in the foot. All my offensive options are deck saves.
Yeah. That's okay. And in regards to Sanctuary, is that until you attack, or what is the deal on Sanctuary?
Sanctuary's off.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sanctuary's off? Cool. Yay!
Actually, yeah, should be.
Sorry, just let me check something real quick. We
I
are
can
so
be really
back.
annoying though.
Why?
I'll just do it again.
True. True. Truers in chat. All right.
Well, there's
well-
not really anywhere.
I'm gonna need
really-
GM fiat for this
Okay.
because the wording exactly is: if the warded creature makes an attack, cast a spell that affects an enemy, or deals damage to another creature, the spell ends.
Yes.
Technically, Gideon didn't cast the spell; he's concentrating on it. Does it count?
No, it still counts. I think.
Okay.
Well, it was another
Yeah, I
cast
feel
to
like it
tell.
would still count.
Yeah,
That
that
makes
sense.
still
Like,
counts. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you could maybe argue about objects or whatever, but like, I did just try to cast it on
Yeah,
Haruman.
on
so
Haruman,
it's definitely
exactly.
ended.
Yeah, that's more so what I was getting at here in that regard. Anywho, are you? Is that
Alright.
your turn?
There's not really anywhere for me to move out of
Yeah.
his range, so that's. I mean, yeah, that's kind of my turn. There's not really anywhere I can go, or yeah.
Yeah, legendary
Okay.
action. His sword has a reach of 10 feet for reference, and you are 10 feet away from him, so he is going to
Well, I
attack
guess I'm
you.
glad I didn't move.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that is going to be. That is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, that hits. You're going to take 11 slashing, 10 fire, 6 necrotic.
Wait, how much is that in total?
In total, I wasn't sure if you had resistance or not. Okay. That's 11.
Nope, 10 none of it.
Okay, plus 6. That is 27.
27. All right, cool.
Yeah, so takes this greatsword, just slams into you. I'd imagine if you have your ward still up, it just shimmering and such as it's buckling underneath the weight of that
down
blow.
now, yeah.
Yeah, the ward shimmers and shatters around you. You just feel the heat and smog around the air, and it just feels all the more heavier without the ward. You're still, like, gripping onto this halo.
I told you we could have made this easy, mortal.
And that is his legendary action. Which is going to bring us to next in initiative, which is going to be B.
Hi, I'm pre-rolling a couple of things, so let me just take a look at something before I get completely lost. I'm just okay, fuck it, man. I know this is gonna seem really dumb, but I'm just gonna run up to him. I don't fucking know.
Alright.
Well, we need to do damage. It's not dumb.
5,
We just gotta damage him. We
10,
gotta
15.
damage him.
Roll Constitution saving throw as you're entering the smog.
Okay, yay! Oh, why is that low? Fuck me. Okay, let me look at my con save things.
Oh, I forgot to make Charpay roll for it, but if you start your next turn in the smog, you roll the Constitution saving throw again. For table reference.
That was a fucking 9.
So I
Fuck
didn't
me.
do it.
Yeah, Charpay left. What did you get? What's going on with you?
9.
Oof. Yeah, that's not gonna hit.
9. What do you mean?
9 for what?
The con save.
Oh, con save. Yep. No. So I forgot you were con saving. That's on me. So you are currently. Do you have any immunities to poison?
Let me check. I think. Wait, do I actually have?
Because some of the fiends here do.
I do.
Wait. I have advantage on saving throws against disease and against being poisoned.
Then
so
go ahead and roll
I'm
that
gonna
at
roll-
advantage.
Please. Yeah. Okay. So that is a 22.
22. That succeeds. There you go, B.
Okay.
Get yourself back.
Yeah. Okay. Could I action booming blade?
Yes.
With a 26 hit.
Yes.
Okay, great. 8 magical piercing damage, 1 necrotic, that's already halved, by the way. Does lingering necrotic damage also get halved, or is it just flat 3?
Yeah, it gets halved because of resistance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would that be like a 2 then?
Yeah.
Okay, 2. Cool. I get a second magical attack because Thirsting Blade is amazing. Does a 21 hit?
No, you use a cantrip.
What do you
You
mean?
only get the second attack if you
do
use
a
the
non-cantrip.
cantrip, which is an attack spell.
Oh, only
Yeah.
once.
So you have to take 2 melee attack actions or 1 cantrip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Unfortunate.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll save a booming blade for later. I would like to just use it as a regular attack then.
Okay.
Oh, well, you have to reroll all your damage.
Yeah.
Do I have
Yeah,
to?
you have to remove the damage or
Yeah.
remove all the
No,
damage.
I didn't roll the thunder damage yet.
Oh, so that was all
Gotcha,
without
okay.
Booming Blade.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
all without
yeah.
booming blade.
Okay, cool. So
yeah,
I keep
didn't
that
get
damage. Okay, I have to make sure because I'm keeping track.
Yes. So it's just 8 magical piercing, 1 necrotic, and then 2 lingering. I
Okay,
think.
2 lingering.
If
Yeah.
you round up. Yeah. And then second attack does a 21 hit.
21 does hit.
Awesome. 13 magical piercing.
You have
don't-
successfully staggered. You've done enough damage to stagger him out of his charge for this turn, for this round.
Yay!
So you clip him with this blow, and he buckles to the side, and the hellfire disperses as he loses his concentration on that.
Ooh. What's if I? Okay, so when I did my extra necrotic, is that how do I have that again? Is that do we round
Half
up or
it.
down again? 3? Like
For
is it 3 or 2?
for resistance down, so 2.
Down. So it's 2. Okay, 2. Okay, and then for my bonus action, I am going to Cloak of the Flies.
Flies.
For 5 feet in every direction, you basically you take poison damage equal to my charisma
I
modifier.
am immune to
minimum
poison
of 0.
damage.
Fuck me! Okay, yay! Okay, that's just gonna be there then.
Okay.
But be careful with your spacing because it can hit us.
Yeah.
Huh? Sorry?
The flies can hit the rest of the party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It was what,
Dang,
10
that's
feet around
really
you?
annoying. It's 5 feet.
5 feet. Yeah. So I believe it would be that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, legendary action
Get more lingering wound damage, so that's
From what?
increases from getting every time I hit with the weapon.
Oh, okay.
It
Cool.
adds
Cool.
more
Cool.
lingering
Yeah.
damage.
Yep. Cool.
Yes. I think that's it.
Correct. Okay. Cool. Legendary action. Smack you. Not 20. Okay. Haruman is going to swing around the blade, and that is going to do 54 points of damage, split between fire, slashing, necrotic.
Is it just all at once, or is it a multi-attack thing?
It's all at once. That is one swing.
Okay.
Nat 20 doubled.
Please take 20 cold damage.
20 cold damage? I
Yes.
am resistant to cold damage. Please half that.
Okay, then take 10 cold damage.
Yeah. You guys, like, trade a blow, some cold shoots out onto him, but he seems relatively, like, well-equipped against that. Alright, so, that is gonna be your turn, B?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's hit over onto Moloch.
Okay. Okay, I can... Now, if I... Okay. If I use animate objects to surround him with a bunch of trash, would he be able to, like, move?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
It's like moving through a hostile creature's like space.
Right, so...
Actually,
okay,
wait, no. If those are the rules of it, if it's acting like, because animate object makes some creatures, so it'd be like he'd have to make an athletics check to push him out of the way, right?
Yeah,
like,
I guess
if
you
You're
would.
surrounded by a bunch of people.
I guess if you
couldn't-
would. I guess, yeah, that is correct.
You're surrounded by
guys want me to
hostile
fuck with
creatures.
them?
You have to act. I mean, that's helpful, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, but also the melee attackers have to get to him. Wait, no, B can fly and Sween is large, so he has reach.
Sween can also fly.
Oh yeah, Sween can
Big
fly right
flying
now too.
fish.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in that case, I'm just gonna... Let's see. I think I can do 5 medium trash objects
Okay.
to just sort of encircle the guy.
5 medium trash. 2,
Yeah.
3, like 4. B is like that?
Flying or
I don't think B is flying.
Cover her in garbage.
What the fuck?
okay, so you're not flying, B?
Are you flying?
I don't think B is. I don't recall
okay.
hearing about flying.
That's fine. I can move them every round.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's gonna make his life
that's good.
difficult for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am rolling. I am gonna attack with him though. That's
Okay.
5d20.
Okay.
3 of them are definitely gonna miss.
Mhm.
Does does a 19 hit?
19 does not hit.
Okay, so just one of them will hit.
Mhm.
And that is
What's the one that did
Non-
hit?
pardon?
What'd you roll for the one that did hit?
That's 21.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that,
Okay, 20 hits, alright.
no.
Wait, but wouldn't the attack be magic by the virtue of it being a magic living like trash pile? I don't know how the spell works, but I just like implicitly wouldn't it be magical or
What does that do for what? Huh?
Well, it's okay. First, it's 10 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Is it gonna be halved?
Okay, so if we're going... Well, yes, he is resistant
I'm
to
just like,
non-magical.
does the spell say non-magical damage?
Yeah.
'Cause-
We
Okay.
No, it says non-magical objects. The way we rolled it before is
Okay.
that it is non-magical damage.
Yeah.
Like we've done this with the Balba. Where
Yeah.
it was halved.
Shibaba. Yeah, okay.
Come on.
Okay, well, with that in mind, that was how much damage?
10 half to 5.
10 half to 5. Cool.
But yeah, the main purpose is just like getting in his way.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, well, that is that. So, with that in mind, Moloch, that is your turn. Sween. Big Sween.
All right, fish time. I'm gonna walk up as close as I can.
You can
So
fly.
You can fly.
I could fly. You know what?
You
Let's
can
do
do
it.
this.
Let's make this fish fly a little bit.
You can do this.
Yep.
Fly,
all right.
Leviathan.
So
Leviathan?
you take off into the air with these massive wings and are going to, I'm assuming, like fly over.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get close enough to attack with Zariel's sword. I mean,
Yeah.
that's really... That's what's going to happen. Before I do that, though, I'm going to use one of the fiend abilities I grabbed from way back when and pop my unflappable charisma. So that is to say, if any creature wants to attack me for the first time per turn, they have to make a charisma saving throw. Against
Gotcha.
me.
Gotcha.
Just
Sounds
to
good
be
me.
safe.
Yeah.
Just to be
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Kiki, kill
Can I
that
ask to
guy.
backtrack for a bonus action? It's fine
No.
it's fine if I can.
For the flow of combat, no. Sorry.
That's fine, that's fine. No worries. I just realized something I could do, but it's fine.
Okay. Sweet.
All right. After I do that, I'm gonna attack Haruman.
All right, go for it.
All right. Lowest hit is 24.
24. Yeah, that does hit. I was debating.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just do my damage then. I have to incorporate the damage of this new weapon. Oh god. Sorry, this is gonna take 1 second. And it also con saving throw because of Searing Radiance from Zariel's sword.
Okay, con save, 24.
11 plus, what is that? Right, I get proficiency to damage rolls.
I think like as the sword swings down and such, I'd imagine I believe you said you at least missed one attack, yeah?
No, the lowest to hit is 24.
Oh, damn, you hit them all. Yeah, so you are just slamming it down, and after pretty much every hit, he's just like, you dare sully your grace by holding that blade.
Okay, I can't think of a good response. Sorry.
That's all right. Continue doing fighting.
Oh god, damage. 9. So first one should be 42 magical slashing.
42 magical slashing. Whew, yep.
Yes. And second one, 37 magical slashing.
37 magical slashing. Okay.
Sorry, some of it is radiant. My bad.
Yeah. So as you are like flying above, he just yells that out and backs up and such, and he raises his sword to deflect it, and you just slam it down kind of at the last minute, kind of get this torque turn around and slam it into his side, and he goes like halfway careening against the pile of trash next to him and just... Was that it? Or...
I believe so. Oh, sorry, what happened to the con saving throw? I wasn't listening.
It was 24.
You got a 24.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Now your turn?
That's my turn.
All right. And as he slams back against this trash next to him, there's the sound of armor hitting down onto the ground. The skidding of that iron against the crystalline floor is deafening as he falls to one knee. And another sound. And a roll to the side. Wobbling. And settling its dark steel reflection against the ground. The helmet falls to the floor. I understand. I wish for him as much as you do, Queen. An ocean of black hair falls down his frame, streaks of white shooting like fireworks from the roots, thick like a spider's silk, and shimmering this gloam pearlescence. It's not unlike the wires of that demon thing that touched the cheek and palm of Zariel.
I was a fool, thinking I could be part of the grand arrival the way I am. You are gorgeous, and I am rotten. Cracked porcelain skin. The deep chip marks, like broken china, fall from his empty eyes like tear stains. Underneath those bits of cracked glass, you see flame-scarred flesh. Hell, it stretches almost exactly as Gideon's does. Just a burn across the skin, nothing more than ordinary scarring. I am to take blows while you stay bewitching. Consortship with me would only tarnish you under my curse and blemish you with my shame. Blackness hits the floor. Small puddles of iron-sheened ichor that pop with bubbles as they hit the floor. My hands shall not touch her. By the lips of Granite, I will beguile and invite you to the road of the abyss. You watch as Haruman's eyes burst back and flash in the color of flesh against flesh. As they explode into light, so too does his body into crackling movement. He moves like a marionette dances upon its string, and is going to take a legendary action and step into the shadow. All of you, besides Sween, who has true sight, watch as he vanishes into the cloud of smog. You are the only one, Sween, who sees him appear from a different location. Still cloaked in shadows.
Does invisibility see him?
See, he is currently acting as... This is as if he were on another plane.
Okay.
Yeah, so it does not go through that. And you
Wait,
see him...
I also have seen to the ethereal, I'm pretty sure.
If
But
you
it's
have
not that, right?
It's not the ethereal.
Okay.
Okay. With that in mind, yeah, only Sween can currently see him. As you just see the outline of his beating fiend core, which is crackling from the inside like broken porcelain. And we are going to return into initiative, though you all see as the smog begins to grow around the scene, whispering and enhancing until eventually it settles out and disperses. You start to hear distant voices around you all, and figures appearing from the wisps of shadow in the room. Maggie, young, runs across the floor. You see a shadow of the room where you saw the new doll form of Zariel, as well as her angelic corpse. It's kind of interposed over top the rest of the scene in this shadowy whisper. She runs across, slides, knee skidding against the ground, towards the doll form of Zariel. Are you okay? I'm fine. It was Haruman, but he's gone now. I took care of Marevna, but the others fell in the process. I hate them. Saved one for you. No need. I had Haruman's. Seems my form is finally caught up to yours, but we need to make our move now, Maggie. She has no allies. It's been broken down by the rest of us. Score the final blow with me, Maggie. For them. For all of them. Those whispers of shadow vanish out into the scene.
in hushed tones. But more figures start to be curling and appearing around you all by the second. It is time now for Korah's turn.
I did not like the music cue.
That was not intentional. That just fucking happened.
Oh god. So, but I have no idea where he is, right?
Yeah, you have no idea where he is. You just see these shadows appearing around you.
Okay, does anybody have any recommendations on what I could do right now other than flounder? Tony, you're muted.
Oh, no, I was just saying no, not really. If we can't see him, we can't see him.
Yeah.
Where are the shadows exactly?
I think all around us, just everywhere.
You don't see, like, the full formed shadows yet.
Okay, they're just forming all
but
around us.
you can roll a perception check to see if any of them are conglomerating around a point.
You know, I'd like to do that, actually. That sounds like very, very much... I'd like to see what these shadows are about.
Alright.
17.
Korah, you start to, like, frantically look around the battlefield with your, like, owlish eyes and such, widening them as you're trying to get a glimpse through all of these rising shadows, until eventually you catch a glimpse of where some of them are beginning to form. You see up above a massive shadow starting to take place in the form of a great giant figure with a long outstretched beard cracked with skulls in the interior, a long familiar hammer down at his side through large giant fingers, and breath coursing with ice as he's gripping it with these tight fingers, a look of pure rage on the face of Kasheshi that you recall from the paintings you saw with Melania. And you see more throughout the room. Maggie and Zariel.
Oh, she's big.
Everybody. And I will say, as these shadows are starting to form, Korah, you do indeed see the massive one of Kasheshi starting to raise up a hammer backwards, about to slam down.
I guess with my movement speed, because I'm still up in the air, I'm gonna fly 30 feet towards that bottom, like, left column thingy. To fucking skedaddle. Yeah, that thing.
Gotcha. Yep, okay.
And just with, like, because talking is a free action, just go, I think they're recreating the fight between Kasheshi and the others.
I better get out of the way.
Obviously!
Okay, so with these new spirits manifesting around the scene, that is going to bring us to the top of initiative, which is going to be Haruman, who is going to, still in the ethereal, is going to 5...
Ethereal or not? Wait, is he in ethereal
not
or
the
not?
ethereal, but, like, it's not the ethereal.
Okay.
It's just the word I used.
Okay, it's just, I see, I just confused, because I have two ethereal.
I know. Is going to appear out from the shadows after a second of walking and such. Sween, you start to see this, like, spectral form of his, like, pulsing fiend core head right to the back of Gideon, and is going to raise up the sword. And Gideon, you hear a whisper in your ear as it twitches and as his form starts to become visible. Oh, come on, pretty. Just submit. And I'm going to multi-attack on Gideon.
Alright, oh shit, and they're with advantage because he's invisible, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lowest to hit, you are a lucky motherfucker because at least I did not roll a 19 or 20, because those both crit on you because of Hexblade Curse.
Yeah.
But I am just gonna say the lowest was with the Hexblade Curse, which is a fucking, like, it's insane, is going to be a 25.
Yeah, no, they all hit.
Okay, they all hit. Da-da-da. Okay, and you... Jeez, this is a lot. This is a lot, actually.
I'm down. I have like 30 health. I'm down.
I know, that is 70 points of damage,
Wait, how
which
much
is
of-
egregiously
yeah,
close to your hit point maximum, if I'm not mistaken. As
Yeah.
Gideon...
Well, it's hit point maximum plus current hit point, but yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
As you are just fully struck down, you guys all like see throughout the scene as there is a warping that looks like fire, kind of like ruminating through the air, until eventually a sword plunges out from the darkness and skewers Gideon up through the chest and holds him upward, and is going to take it, and he is basically just going to chuck Gideon's body limp off to the side against the trash pile, where Gideon just starts fully gushing out blood from that, and just knocked out against the trash. Halo is now up for grabs, I will say, in Gideon's palm. I'm gonna say that Gideon still gripped onto the halo as he was flung back. Just like death grips, holding on to it. Kind of that immediate clenching, trying to protect it as much as you can. Haruman is going to look out at the scene unfurling around him, and is just gonna kind of click his tongue. It sounds like a bug insect's kind of back mandibles, like clicking against one another. And he is going to start... Yeah, he's gonna start... Oh, it's Hexblade's Curse! Oh, I forgot I get healing from Hexblade's Curse! Yippee! And I can change my target. So I'm going to change my target to Sween. That's gonna be the end of my turn. That is Haruman's turn. I will say, now that he's come out of that kind of like hidden in the shadows thing, he is now visible and back on the scene. And is going to once again grip his sword and... It starts to charge again. Charpay's turn.
Okay. How far am I?
Charpay, you are all the fuck away. You are 65 feet away.
65 feet away. Let me just look at my spell. Sorry. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can heal Gideon from here. I can if I cast Aid. Sorry, just to check, who... I'm gonna move 30 feet down first.
Okay,
Nice
1
speed.
second. Move 30 feet down.
Yeah.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, like 30?
Yeah. And who here has Aid? I know I do. I think Sween does.
Like, has been aided, or has
Yeah.
the spell
I remember casting Aid on like people, including myself.
You did? Wait, what?
Yeah. If it's not marked down, it's fine. Gideon, are you affected by Aid currently? Like, can I heal you if I do this?
Yeah, I don't have 8 on me.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll cast Aid on Charpay, Gideon, and let's just say Sween.
Am I within
Oh,
30
so
feet of you?
Oh, 30 feet. Okay, Glamour Point Dash.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and this should be within 30 feet of Gideon. Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Ooh. Alright.
Maybe want to like
Yeah, so
take a
Gideon's
couple
back up with
steps back
5.
so you're not getting
Alright.
swapted by 10 feet range horrible Haruman. Maybe. Or with the
Am I able
legendary
to be like
actions.
slightly further?
Yeah, you're allowed to be like there,
It's like, okay, cool.
because that's within 30 feet.
Yeah.
Or even like
Let's do
back
that
here.
then.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Alright.
And
And
yeah, that's a turn. Bonus action.
Sounds good. That's your turn. Was that it? Sorry, my brain went away. Ethan?
Yeah, that is my turn.
Okay, that is your turn. So does that bring Gideon back up? What were you doing there? Ethan?
Pardon?
Does that bring Gideon back up?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay.
5
It
HP.
does.
Yeah, Gideon, your eyes like blink open. You see Haruman in front of you, Charpay and such casting from a distance, just trying to get something on you. And you now also see all these specters appearing. Everyone now sees them appearing more visible onto the scene. Everything is kind of shaking a little bit right now as the room is starting to buckle under the pressure of all of these forms now inside of it, or spectrally, I suppose, inside of it. And yeah, you all see as, for a second, it seems like these figures move and then freeze in time. Zariel is going to 5, 10, 15, 20 up towards Kasheshi, and Maggie is going to stay where she is and is going to cast her hands together and start casting Moonbeam. And you see as, like, these bits of smoke are starting to move in the location of where these attacks are coming from. Kasheshi moving back and rearing back this ice hammer, which is going to create a circle around here of frost starting to appear on the scene from, like, the future hit that is going to occur. And then a 5-foot radius, 40-foot cylinder sphere of Moonbeam is going to appear over Kasheshi. And Zariel is going to be sending out a kind of just, like, a slash that goes here. So with that in mind, all these three things are getting ready to hit. So, I'm also going to remove the flies for now, because I don't think you need them. B?
No, not really.
Okay. So these are the 3 attacks that are seemingly charging from Maggie, Zariel, Kasheshi, and that is going to be the layer action of everything moving on the scene. Now it's time for Gideon, who is back up.
Alright, now that I'm back up, I mean, I literally, I guess I'll just cast Bigby's Hand. 48 versus, I'll cast Bigby's Hand, and then I'll use the Grasping Hand on Haruman. I'm gonna try to grapple him.
Okay. That's contested athletics, or what do I roll for that?
Let's see. Oh yeah, it would be contested athletics. So actually, you know what? I'm just gonna hit him with the hand. I'm gonna upcast to 6th level, and I'm just gonna hit him with the hand.
Cool.
Alright. Let's see. +8, so I gotta hit first. Nope, that doesn't hit. I got a 2 on the die, that doesn't hit.
Oof, yep, and you, like, very weakly, because of just the massive gaping wound in your chest, you start to stumble to your feet and make this Bigby's Hand. Unfortunately, it's just clumsy the way you're casting, and it slams next to Haruman. Alright, well, is that your turn? Or do you want to, like, move, or...?
Yeah, I can't, I mean...
Yeah.
I can't move, because I'm still within...
Yeah.
I'm still within range of him, so I'll
I
take an
got you,
opportunity attack if I move.
I have a feature that can get you out.
So I can move, or...?
Afterwards, on my turn.
Okay. Alright.
Sounds good. Okay, Gideon, that's your turn. B, it is your turn.
Okay. Let me take a look.
Yeah, you too, B. So, I know he has like legendary actions if you don't want to risk it, but if you want to approach him, on my turn, I can use a bonus action to get all of you out, if you need.
I'm pretty okay. Okay. First thing, actually.
Yeah.
Does it seem like the specters can see or hear us in any way?
They're fully focused on one another.
Fully focused on it. If I try to get Zariel's attention...
No, it wouldn't work. These are full specters of the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I thought it'd be funny if they weren't. No. Anyways, let me move out of the way of the ice hammer. I'd like to just move.
Yay!
Bonus action, I'm going to use Banishing Smite, where basically the next time I hit a weapon attack, it's going to deal an extra 5d10 force damage, and if it reduces the target to 50 hit points or fewer, he gets banished temporarily.
Gotcha.
Nice. Let me see. I can't do math. Does a 25 hit with a ranged weapon throw thing?
25. Pardon? With a 25?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 25 to hit. Okay, nice. Great, let me pull my damage. 1 second. Okay, that was shitty, but that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Hey, magical piercing. And another 2 lingering necrotic. Again.
Oof, yep, alright.
And
it does not, I will, yep.
Then another 1 necrotic.
Another 1!
Regular.
Yep, alright.
Fine. Yeah, you remember that lingering is the start of every turn, right? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Anything else I can do? I'm doing it again. Wait,
Okay.
no, I forgot to do the 5d10 of force damage. 1
Oh,
second.
yeah. That's probably a good thing to do with Vanishing Smite.
That's a good thing to do. 30 points of force damage.
Okay, you didn't knock him to under 50.
Fuck, but that's okay. I'm just going to do my second regular attack with no force damage, unfortunately. Very sad. Natural 20.
Ooh!
Yeah, baby! Wish I could have run on the smite. That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah?
Okay, that is 24 magical piercing.
Ooh! Yeah, that's fucking good. Yeah, you do a fair amount. And I'm gonna roll that at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Just barely
As
keeps
a-
his composure from not being staggered down by that.
Yeah, as she just keeps throwing her weapon, she just kind of goes like, "Oh, you poor sweet thing. She's not going to love you the way you want her to just because you do her dirty work, slaving away over and over, pretending she even sees you. Believe me, I know. She's starving you." And yeah.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Wait, I forgot to do like extra necrotic shit. Wait, hang
Okay.
on, that's a... Okay, that's a 1 necrotic again! And
Gotcha.
then add another lingering to the counter.
Alright, sounds good. So yeah, you do that extra damage onto there, you kind of speak that out to him, you very clearly see his face, his lip just like cracks, and you see another dark crack run up his face where a little bit more of that like porcelain falls off, and you see this like twitching lip with like this beginning grayness of a beard and this kind of frost frozen looking skin that's once again marbled with injuries. His eye like twitches underneath the mask a little bit. What do you know? You're nothing more than a pawn yourself, construct. That's all you are.
That's why I know. What do you think? What do you think I'm here for? We're in the exact same position. I'm just more aware of it than you are. You just think, oh, I'm doing it because I love her. I'm doing it because I want her to love me. But she's never going to acknowledge you.
I don't need her to.
I think you do.
Legendary action. I am going to do Seductive Guile on you. Please roll a Wisdom saving
fuck?
throw.
I have a husband. That's fucked up.
Yeah, still, fucker. Seductive Guile.
What the fuck? I have a husband. That's fucked up.
Yes.
Sorry, that was a wisdom save?
Wisdom save.
Goes off on a whole tangent about how you're worthless and your person doesn't like you. Gets hit.
That's incel Riz.
That was a 12. Fuck me.
Walk back in. He reaches a hand out and shakily points towards the giant circle of where the frost hammer is about to fall. And is going to command you to walk 5, 10, 15. Oh, there you go. Under Zariel. Under the trash. 20. He's commanding you to walk towards the intersection of these two. And then he drops his hand below. You just fully feel your eyes glaze over as you just stumble out towards the middle of all of this, and just all you can do is wait. That is Grajet. It's not Grajet.
Oh, I guess not.
No, it's not. That was Haruman's legendary action. Now it's Moloch's turn.
Yeah, Mantle of Showmanship. I'm doing it on B and Gideon. 5 temporary HP, and you can use your reaction to move up to your speed without triggering opportunity attacks.
Great, I'm moving the fuck out. Get me out.
Unfortunately, you are going to have to roll against me against the charm, because this is underneath an ability called just Thrall of Grajet, which means any attempt to break
Great.
someone else out of the charm or move them against, like, Haruman's will is going to impose a contested charisma check.
Okay, for me?
Yeah.
Okay. And that is
25.
now 20.
Ooh! you. Yeah. Okay, you
The
managed
fact that you got
to.
a 25 means I needed a net 20 for this to work.
Yep, you certainly did. You're able to let B move. B,
I get out.
you feel yourself get snapped out. I'm assuming you're just fucking running for the hills.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of there. Moloch.
Okay, how much temp HP was that?
Okay, being that Sween, yeah, Gideon, do you want to move?
Yeah, I'll just move. I'm gonna move behind the Big B's hand.
Okay.
How much temp HP was that from your thing again?
5.
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
Gotcha.
It's not much. It's just honest work.
Okay.
It's just honest work.
Alright.
And yeah, just being that. Okay. Does the Bigby hand act as like a wall? Or
Yeah.
I mean, it's a creature. It's like a creature. Okay. It's like a large creature. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll just use my action to move these objects. Again, they're not meant for damage, but they can try to do damage. So I'm gonna roll to attack for them. They're not gonna succeed, but I'm gonna try.
Oh,
and
that's
yeah,
sweet.
just sort of like be a nuisance for him.
I'm assuming you're just like getting everyone around.
Yeah. And I'm also just gonna move a little more down, still within,
Okay.
kind of like to the right of Maggie.
Right there?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and you know, I'll just take the dodge action. Actually, I think
Okay.
that's better than
Cool.
trying to hit with these pathetic things.
Alright. Fair enough, fair play. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, I am going to legendary action try to hit you. Can I?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, alright. Legendary action attack you with my sword.
you have disadvantage because I'm dodging.
I do have disadvantage, and I don't think that hits. Shockingly, that might be the first one you didn't hit, because that was like, in total with the modifiers, 15?
Does not hit. No.
Gotcha. Alright. Whips, because there's just so many things and people in the way. Okay, that was Moloch's turn. Sween.
Alrighty. Haruman, I'm coming for you.
On your way.
Broken fly.
I'm assuming you're just flying over everyone.
Massive fish. Yeah. I'm
You just want to like get out of the
come down
radius
as-
and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to be close to Haruman.
Yeah.
Close.
Gotta get closer.
I mean, he wants Zariel, so might as well hit him with her sword.
That's poetic.
Speaking of which, there's a 23 hit.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Both my attacks hit. Oh god, wait, I just do damage.
I'm going to riposte one of them to add +6 to my AC. That's not. It's only going to affect one of them though. So only one hits because I riposted it so that it doesn't hit.
The first one or the second one?
First one.
The 20. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just do the damage for one of them.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, yeah. 22, 7, 10. That should be 37 as well as a con save.
Okay. Con save was 24,
Yeah, that's
and
not.
he keeps his posture.
Damn. Do I have any bonus actions I want to prop? Interesting. Here's a thought. I don't know if I can. I don't actually know if this works, but I'm just gonna throw it out there, and if can someone rules lawyer me if this doesn't work. Can I quick cast Booming Blade to make another melee attack on him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a known thing.
Okay. I don't remember if that was something that. Okay, then I'm going to do that. I'm going to boom his. Wait, I'm gonna blade him with the. Boom him with the blade,
Gotcha. Booming blade.
which is another thing.
Yeah.
Another melee attack. Sorry.
Also, small clarifier for you, Dean, because I just remembered.
Yeah.
I'm still Hexblade cursed because it's on death. It's not on downing. It's
Oh,
on death.
okay. So it's not on Sween. It's still on
That
you.
means you also didn't. It also means you didn't get the heal either because I didn't die.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So I would just okay. Yeah, that's cool.
There's a 26 hit.
26 does hit.
Perfect. And no other effects or anything?
Nope.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Does not
shoot,
stagger.
energy. if target moves... sorry, 1 second. I'm checking... What level am I? Because I know Ruben Blade scales up. I don't remember where. Okay, sorry. Damage is 9, 12, 15. What is that? That's a 9. 24, 34 plus D8. Where's my D8? Where is my D8? Ah! Oh no! They're back. Sorry, I dropped my die again.
Rip.
That is 38 damage with a little bit of thunder.
Okay, 38
Mixed
damage
in
with a little
there.
bit of thunder. He is looking very worse for wear. Just doesn't stagger, for reference. Actually, does he stagger? No, he doesn't stagger. But he is just going to take a serious blow that kind of like, it takes off a bit of like a chunk of his armor, and you're able to just get another splurt of black ichor.
Sorry, did you just roll a saving throw for that? To check if you staggered?
It's not a saving throw, it's just a check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can Charpay barb that?
Barbs that?
Yeah, can she barb that? If it's a check?
If it's a check, yes. Yeah. I think.
Okay. 'Cause staggering you would be nice.
I'm still not staggered.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. That your turn, Sween?
Yes, I'm just gonna stay there flying in his face, staring at him.
You don't want to
Korah.
move?
Nope, I'm staying there.
Okay.
So, with Sween's massive fucking fish body in the way, can I make a ranged spell attack, or is he blocked completely?
Sween is flying. I think.
Okay.
I
didn't know how.
Yeah. However, also
How
surrounded in
far up
trash.
is Sween flying? I'm curious. How far up is Sween flying? Because Korah is still 30
I think it's
feet
reasonable to say that there's some angle going down that can
Okay.
get you to hit Haruman, like beyond the trash and the Sween.
up. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm up there, like, swinging down with a sword.
Wow. He really wanted angels. He's getting angels for sure. Not the kind that he wants. Okay. I'm gonna cast. Goodness. I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt and upcast it to 2nd level.
Okay.
That is a 24 to hit.
Okay. 24 does hit.
Okay. Okay, it's 2nd level. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry. I'll pull out my calculator. Not my calculator. That's 38 lightning damage.
Okay. Let's see. Doesn't stagger.
Wait, 38? Isn't it 2d12?
Come on, Witch Bolt.
I rolled it. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait, what did you roll?
Which roll is 1d12 and it scales 1d12
Oh,
per spell level?
I do the math in a preset calculator. It fucking added everything else for something else. That is
Oh,
22. There we
Okay.
go. Sorry, that
yeah.
was my bad.
Okay. Sounds good.
Jesus Christ.
still very high roll.
Yeah,
very good.
exactly.
Yeah, it scared me.
Whew. All right. Another massive hit to him. All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else. And I'm far enough away that I'm secure in my stance.
Haruman has successfully charged his Hellfire Blade.
Oh.
I just need to... Cool. I'm going to need Constitution saving throws from Moloch, Sween, Gideon.
Not for me. Contingency.
Exactly! Gideon, with contingency, is going to Misty Step away from all of this, and I believe if you wanted to just reveal what your contingency was.
My contingency was literally just if I get caught in a hellfire AoE, I misty step away from it.
Gotcha. So you start to see as Haruman raises up the blade, and Gideon, you're at this point you are just fucking hoping to all gods that your contingency actually goes off and nothing goes wrong. Not that it ever has gone wrong, but it is insanely close as you just close your eyes and brace for your contingency to go off. Seeing Sween and Moloch definitely also caught in the middle of it. Constitution saving throws for you guys.
Yeah. I have Charpay's aura, so that's a 23.
Okay, 23. Okay, 26.
What happens to the hand? Because the hand has HP, but it counts as an object.
The hand would also take damage, because objects take this damage too.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no, the trash!
No.
The trash is also all taking this damage. I don't know if you should be so worried about the trash right now. No.
That's my number one concern, actually.
So,
The trash trends.
hellfire, as established before, if it kills you, you are burnt to a crisp. It is a wholly immolating force. I just want to, for the record, ask what your hit point, like, what is the number needed to outright kill you right now?
For Moloch?
For both of you.
Okay. I think I have 38.
38? But it's 38 to knock you down.
Yeah.
And then...
Oh, to outright kill me.
Yeah.
That's...
We had max, right?
1 sec.
Yeah.
To outright
current
kill me
plus
is
max.
106.
$136.
Hellfire burst from Haruman. Halved. Does 105 fire damage.
Jesus Christ.
As the blade is drawn up and slammed to the ground, Moloch, you quite literally cannot see anything, as you are taken in a blink of an eye beyond the point of, like, barely beyond the point of no return, straight up as this fire begins to wreath out. Gideon, you are the other closest to it besides Charpay, who is, like, right on the outskirts. You guys can both see the interior as the flames, those white-hot, angry flames, are starting to shoot up into this grandiose pillar that scars the entire room around you. You see Moloch on the inside stumbling back, and in a second you can tell that Moloch is going unconscious, but in that split second where Moloch is going unconscious and falling to the ground, it is the sheer pressure of the flame that is sending Moloch's body into the air, unable to fall to the ground, and in that second, the body fat burns so unbelievably quickly that you fully think that, like flash paper, Moloch has been killed. You only see some grotesque splitting of limbs beyond the flame. It looks like almost a bunch of holes have been torn into Moloch and burnt outward, to the point where it is unbelievable the fact that they are not fully taken inside of the Fury. You do not know what is going to emerge, if anything, from the flame as it is taken up. You do not know how much of Moloch is going to be left. Then there's the manner of Sween. Sween, in that massive form, is much more visible than Moloch, who has already become just a sheet of blank paper thin flesh and such, just being stretched and pulled out alongside the rest of the flame. Sween is much more trackable, the way that the scales are peeled off into it and bits of flesh are charred and dragged into and go deep and deep and deep. And you know at this point that fiends do not have regular internal structures to their body. They do, however, have bone. And to the lay mortal, that bone is made of something that looks like it could be akin to mithril. Some indescribable deep metal that turns into, like, crucible fried honey as it is churned into this thick lava surface. Pretty much half of your body, Sween, is engulfed in this flame as you two go unconscious, I'd imagine. Eyes rolling into the back of your head, wings flared out to the side. Shockingly, the only thing that seems to be immune from the flame inside are the ice crystals on Sween's wings. and alongside the fire, it's as if some chemical response is going on in Sween's body. Because the hellfire around him is dark blue. Dark blue. And as this goes off, by the time the flames settle in the room, you hear whispers shouting throughout the room. From next to you guys as well, there is a massive slam as the ice hammer falls down and crashes to the ground, and a massive pulse of frost goes out through the room. Zariel's sword spins around, slashes into Kasheshi, and a beam of light shoots down and rains fireworks onto the scene around you. And it's as if with the way the hellfire pushes into things that everything starts happening at once. Because as those shadows move and change, they vanish for just a second, reappear, and now the scene has changed. Kasheshi stands right behind, right near you. Zariel is backed off at some point, has skidded to the ground, now covered in more wounds than before. And Maggie is over here, behind a wall of force that she has created, that Gideon, luckily, falls right behind. That is the end of Haruman's turn. No, it's not! No, it's not. I'm a fucking fool. Also, all of this trash is gone. I'd imagine the Bigby's hand is gone. Gone. Sween falls to the ground, unconscious. Moloch, unconscious. Yeah. And Haruman is just going to turn around, pick his sword up from the ground. And with a kind of slow breath out, is going to bonus action attempt to beguile Gideon. That is a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. That's definitely a failure. I got low as shit. Alright.
Bring the halo to me. That is his command of you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Gideon's eyes fully glaze over after, like, the rush that's gone through his head. I mean, it was pretty easy after the hellfire has already made your mind go into a scramble that this just kind of, it tears through your head. It's this creeping sensation up the back of your neck that just grabs onto you. You hate mind control, but the way it just grips and digs deep, you don't have your usual mind shielding to protect you, and you have to listen to him. That's Haruman's turn. Charpay.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Charpay is gonna rush in and attack the guy. I just have something I want to make sure first. I can make illusory copies of myself.
You can.
Each of them, can I use all three of them immediately to attack them?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is, with my bonus action as an attack as well, that would be 4, 5, 6 total attacks.
Okay.
I'll just roll that.
And I'm going to cast Shield as a reaction.
Okay.
Can I counter?
And
You can counterspell.
Can I counterspell as shield?
Yeah.
I'm gonna counterspell.
Yeah, you
that.
can.
I don't want you to have this.
Yep.
thank you. Okay, one of them's a nat 1.
Okay.
But, one of them is a crit.
Ooh.
And the second lowest is, hold on. Okay, the second lowest is 19, that doesn't hit, right?
That does not hit, no.
Okay, but I think everything else hits, so that's 4 attacks that hit.
Mm-hmm.
And how many spell slots does Charpay have left? I'm going full nuclear here. Okay, 1 second level, 1 first level. Let's see. Sorry, Charpay, I'm using all your spells.
I feel like this is what Cece would be doing regardless. I think you're fine.
CC would have wanted this for sure. I might take a minute to roll my damage here. But yeah, so that is 4 attacks that hit. There's bonus damage on one of the swords, and I'm using a 2nd level Divine Smite and a 1st level Divine Smite.
Okay.
Just for clarity's sake.
Divine Smite is not a spell, so it's not a problem if
not a
it's... Okay, cool. Just confirming.
Okay. And yeah, obviously second level. The second level spell is going on that crit.
Mhm.
Let's see. So the crit alone, no resistance to radiant or magical slashing, right?
To Radiant or Slashing?
Yeah.
No. In phase
Okay,
in phase 2, he's resistant to Radiant.
Resistant to radiant. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna half that, and so that's gonna give us for the crit 41 damage. Wait,
Oof.
yeah. Wait, no, it's 40 damage. 40 damage.
Okay, 40?
40 damage for the crit, and 3 more attacks here. Sorry. 3 plus 3. Okay, and you resist radiant, so that's 4 plus 6. For 10 more damage.
I'm gonna cut you off there.
Okay.
Normally here's where I would say, how do you want to do this?
It's Charpay.
But I would like to quickly draw attention to the scene around you.
Okay.
Maggie's hands, one is currently dropping this wall of force that was previously there, and her hand is reaching forward with a lash of blue energy to try and grab onto something. And Zariel is preparing herself to slam a sword down. Given the knowledge that you right now can push Haruman's body wherever the fuck you want with these clones, what would you like to do?
I want to push him directly into the line of fire, yeah.
What happens in this moment is that there is a sheer eclipse of movement. All at once, these different these duplex forms of Charpay are like hacking and slashing from every single angle. All in the meanwhile, Gideon is just ambiently, slowly, kind of dazed, walking towards Haruman. You can't stop yourself, but you're trying to, screaming on the inside of your mind. The halo is reached out, and Haruman is attempting to deflect each of these blows with a sword. He's able to riposte one of them, but all of these different Charpays are just slamming into the side of him, just cleaving until the armor pieces are pulled off and taken to the side. There's more cracks revealed, more deeply touched skin with this low kind of tattoos pressed into him, these runes glowing up him. And they keep bursting with flames and these dark spirals as he's backed up and up and up. And another one comes and takes him from behind and pulls him back with the scythe. And another one comes forward and kicks him forward with her heel. And one finally is just going to fully take the scythe of the back blunt end. It is going to knock his porcelain face back. Half of it caves in and collapses to the ground, right as Maggie's body claps together. Sends out this massive string of moonlit force as like a lasso towards Kasheshi. But that in the process is going to slam into Haruman, that force. He is pulled right into the center where a glint of Zariel from above takes her sword. And Haruman is speared from the tip of his head down through the entirety of his body. Zariel splits the sword up. An eclipse of ichor shimmers in an arc out above you, painting the entire scene as it is reached back, and Haruman's hand desperately reaches towards the sky. Was never good enough for you, my queen. But I have been. I'm just a hideous nobody. At once, these two different scenes of death play at the same time, interweaved throughout one another.
You see as the sword plunges deep into the maw of Kasheshi, aided by the lasso of Maggie pulling him back into the fray. As this eclipse of blood goes forward, so too does the giant form of the Demon King rear backwards. His hammer falls to the ground at the same time the great sword does. Zariel's blade is driven out of them. They both peel like flowers against one another. As the skin falls slack, it almost falls upon the doll-like form of Haruman like drapery into some new blooming rose. You see as the skin of Kasheshi zips backward, this hulking form, the color of spilt blood over gold, tears itself free of the fell demonic flesh, grasping into it. Beating wings crack from torn, aged leather, and dregs of dying sentience curl into a throat-curdling scream as the rage made manifest boils into a formless black tar vomit. An almost red draconic, horned, devilish thing reaches out from the inside of Kasheshi's skin. Zariel picks up the dredges of it, holds it against her cheek, at the same time overlapping with reality, picks up Haruman's hand and holds it to her, and whispers faintly, "It awaits thee, old Lord of Rage." She drops the flesh of Kasheshi to the ground. The devil, possessed by that old rage-filled flesh, is popped into a fiend core that falls to the ground, rattling as the smoke disperses from the scene. And as that false fiend core is taken away, you do see instead Haruman's next to his sword, in a heap on the ground. Before things continue, as that large hulking beast goes away, the visions of Zariel and Maggie do not. We did it. It's over. Zariel reaches down to the shadow and raises up that archdevil core to her mouth. Maggie's eyes grow confused for a moment. Wait, Zariel! Where? Zariel stops. Just hold on. I know that this is a long fight, but let's not get hasty about this. We still need to talk about exactly what we're doing. Why can't I breathe? Smog wraps behind Maggie. A spectral form of the shadowed blade that now sits in the real world, rattling upon the floor, stabs through Maggie as Haruman skewers her. Zariel's doll head just stares. Help me. Please. Her head tilts back to try and get a glimpse of Haruman's armored form behind her. What did you do? He followed my order, Maggie. Come on. You were never fit to lead. Or else he would have chosen you. No. You were Too hideous. You don't mean Koshiro? No. No. All he led us to was ruin. I don't mean Koshiro. As Haruman skewers her, you all see another hand reach out from shadow around her neck. And the face of Grajit whisper in her ear. I would have. But she's right. Ugly hag you are. Zariel tips back the core. Looks down at her sword. Looks up at Maggie. As her eyes close and her eyes open to a puff of white hellfire. Like I said, for you, for them, for all of them, Maggie. Zariel's blade alights in that white-hot hellfire. And as she lunges towards Maggie, it all fades away. We are out of initiative. What would you like to do? After we go on our quick break. We'll be right back. And we're back. Where we last left off, the party had concluded the battle with Haruman. Though in the process, a severe blow was dealt to both Sween and Moloch. And now they both remain charred and lifeless on the ground. Gideon has finally snapped out of the thrall that is placed over his mind. And the battlefield goes quiet as the form of Zariel and Maggie and Haruman dissipate. What would you like to do?
I know Ethan mentioned Charpay has spared the dying, so at least we can get Sween and Moloch back up.
Yep.
Or whoever is down.
Charpay absolutely rushes over to the two of them and is going to spare the dying. So, it's a gruesome moment of coming back to your senses. In fact, you don't even come to your senses at first. Instead, Sween and Moloch, you find yourselves sitting at a small bonfire. You're atop a large, winding, half-crumbled, moldy stone tower. There are 2 slabs of rock in front of you, on which some grotesque display of wholly, entirely rotten food has been plated up to resemble something more palatable. There's some leathery meat draped over grains of crunched together flesh and fish scale. In some desperate attempt to make whatever rations you're using look stomachable, you've taken to pretending that they're sushi. Looking over the side of this massive tower, the surface of the planet has been entirely overrun in a dark green smog. You hear the rattling of bone below, but nothing else. Undead howling things cackle in the distance. And above, a large lamb-like skull, these protruding horns, stares you down with emerald and red eyes. The smoke is rising from the bottom up of the tower. You can see the horizon line off in the distance, taken, reduced, where there would have been fire of other settlements and perhaps even a couple of other smokestacks a couple of days ago. Now there's just yours. Just you two and some plates of rotten shit turned into some facsimile of sushi. There's then a jolt from both of you as you come to your senses, coughing, sputtering. Your eyes blearily close and blink again, and you see the ceiling of the citadel and smell the smoke in the air. That burnt smell of rotting flesh, charred fish. Charpay is near you both. I'd imagine that some of the rest of the party has generally crowded around you to make sure that you're able to sit up okay. We are going to roll on the major injuries table, so I need both of you to roll 8100.
The 72.
72.
$81.
81. Okay. 81, 72. Very close together.
We tend to be.
Hilariously enough, that means that one of you has lost their left arm and the other has lost their right. So, with those fully taken and charred up, Moloch, you have lost your left, Sween, you have lost your right arm. So, you cannot perform actions that require two-handing, and you're both in serious pain. Though in addition, since this was a lingering injury due to hellfire, I need you to roll another D100.
15.
15. You're seeing these whispers in the side of your vision every time you blink. It's hard to fully bring yourself back to everything around you. As you're looking around the scene, you just see, like, different faces flashing over the expressions of everyone. Nothing really settles into place. There's these quiet whispers around you that keep churning out that same phrase. Breathe hell over. Eat them. Breathe hell over. Eat. Come on. Come on. You are experiencing hallucinations, and you have disadvantage on ability checks. Or roll a d10 for hours.
86.
86 will get to you.
7 hours.
7 times 10, 70 hours.
70 hours.
So for 70 hours, you have disadvantage on ability checks. Because you are hallucinating from the hellfire remnants. If it means anything, though, while you're gazing over everyone, you are seeing strange flashes that seem less of stuff that's not there, but maybe something that's deeper, hidden away. That might bring you something. It's distressing, to say the least. Hell smells rotten. As for 86, whenever the character takes damage, they must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be affected as if they're under the confusion spell. Roll a d10.
Got it. Yeah, I'll write that down.
Roll a d10, and then it's that times 10 for hours.
Woo! Okay, 8.
80 hours. Wow. That's what hellfire does. But eventually you both start to wake up. What are you all doing?
Sween.
Yep.
Sween, are you okay?
Mostly. You?
It hurts to do anything. Did we win?
Did we?
Yes.
Does anybody have telepathy? Hurts to talk.
I have message, but it will only be between us. That's okay.
I can cast Rary's telepathic wand. I can ritual cast that.
Please.
Okay.
It's like in the head now, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like my body wants to cough, but it would cause it so much pain that it would knock it out again. So, on survival instinct, it doesn't.
Oh. Normally in this situation, I would recommend that we move, but it doesn't seem like you are in the condition to do so.
Hey, Sween,
Yeah.
where's your arm?
Where's yours?
I don't want to look. If I don't look at it, it's not real.
Yeah, I'm trying not to look at anything right now as well.
If I just pretend it didn't happen.
It won't work. Trying to convince yourself it didn't happen will only make it worse.
You need that to cook, Sween. You can't lose your arm.
You need that to write.
That's not important.
Neither is cooking.
No, you gotta cook, Sween. You've been cooking for us this whole time. You can't just stop now. You can't just... It's important to me. And I thought it was important to you. What happened to Haruman? Maybe we can take his powers. Get you a new limb. Something like that.
I think you know
Yeah,
for a fact
we're-
that doesn't work, given that Gideon also has had a missing arm this whole time and
Yeah, I'm
hasn't
just
thrown
desperate.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, where's Haruman? Does he have a core?
Anything?
Korah wouldn't give you an arm back, but yeah.
Maybe give us something. I'm hungry.
Me too. Please tell me we don't have to fight again.
Not today. Until the next threat comes.
Do you think we can move?
That's another thing I don't
There
want to
you-
try.
I think Charpay, kind of looking over at this kind of a state of affairs, is just gonna go, I mean, I could try and get the car going. Dakota's pretty out of it. I can try and get the vehicle going.
Yes, I think we need a place to stay that isn't crumbling and a threat to us.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can make it back to
Oh.
camp, maybe.
I think Charpay is also gonna walk over to like Sween and Moloch and is gonna go, and I mean, hey, I know you're worried about a lot of, what you can and can't do, but I mean, I'll have you know I know a lot of mortals on Ethos who are making it work in a similar situation. She nudges
Right.
Gideon a couple times too, and then Charpay walks off.
I guess we'll have to talk later, Gideon, about how to deal with living like this now.
Figured out.
Is Sween still massive? Like, is he still a large
Yeah,
creature? Is he-
huge.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do I fit inside the
I'm
car?
not-
yeah, you'll fit in.
Okay.
Okay, Beelzebub, dear, my friend, can you help me if Sween wants to get up? Because I don't think I am going to be enough to help.
Of course.
We just need to get you closer to the car a bit, if that's okay. He's gonna like kind of wave his talons at Sween, just like, is that all right?
Go for it.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
I'd imagine that.
and
you
shout
guys
if it
are
doesn't work.
slowly making your way up and such, trying to getting to your feet and such, supporting one another throughout the group. As you hear outside the motors rumbling of Charpay starting the vehicle.
Once Sween is close enough so that Korah can swap out with like Charpay to help get Sween in the car, he's gonna go back and try and he's not gonna grab Moloch without asking, but he'll like stand over, just like, you feel up to move yet?
I could use my hand.
Very funny. He'll reach one down, and these are talons, not hands. And then he'll actually eventually go up and like help kind of scoop Moloch up a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Korah. Might not be the best time, but I'm also sorry about earlier. Oh.
I don't even remember what earlier was. But if it lightens your conscience, then I forgive you.
Thank you.
Gideon, are you okay? You holding it together?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
You need help?
No, I don't need any help or anything.
Okay, he seemed very focused on you, so I didn't know how bad your injuries are. But, you know. Okay. Help, Moloch into the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I go over and check Haruman's body?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is kind of just like the charred armor left behind, and indeed a fiend core in the middle of it.
Alright, I'm gonna pick up the Fiend Core and pocket that. And I assume his sword's still there too?
It is, yes.
Yeah, I guess I'll drag it along too.
You grab like the hilt of the sword, and you kind of have to just fully drag it behind you because it's just so fucking massive. As you
Can I
are,
ask someone to check if the armor is worth looking at?
the armor can indeed be fashioned into something for later. So like B can probably scoop up his armor as well
Yeah.
as you guys are loading into the car.
Alright.
Cool.
As you guys are getting everything situated in there and climbing into the back of the vehicle, Gideon, you also hear a smell of a sending connection starting to come into your head.
Alright, I mean,
Yeah. Gideon, I talked to Azazel. He said, don't destroy the halo. Something doesn't make sense. I think Maggie's hiding something. You should get out of there.
cool. Alright, Gideon's gonna sending back. Wait, sending lets you respond, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Yeah, Gideon's gonna respond then and just say, Maggie's the one who hid the halo. She definitely lied. We beat Haruman. Haven't destroyed Halo. Coming back soon. Please stay safe. Don't act risky. Okay.
Gotcha. You send that off, hop into the car.
Yeah.
Would the halo fit into my infernal puzzle box?
Yes, the halo can fit into the infernal puzzle boxes.
Perfect. Can
Now,
I
before
put
you
it?
put it in there, can I cast Identify on
can't-
it?
Yes,
Or
you
where
do.
can
Yeah.
cast it?
So
Yeah, you can cast
I
Identify.
would send you the information about the puzzle box. I cannot open Google Docs at the moment to get it
Don't
from my
worry,
cheat sheet.
don't worry, I know.
So Dean, my good friend, could you get it for Tony?
Yes! But also, I'm
Thank
assuming
you.
Gideon is identifying the halo and not the
Oh,
box
right,
you're
right.
putting it in.
Can you send it to me anyways, just so I know?
Yeah. Inez, do you actually have yours so that you can send that? So
Oh,
that I
and
don't-
it's my.
Yeah.
I have plonked it in the general chat.
Yes!
Thank you, Inez.
Wondrous. Thank you. Anywho, so as for the halo, as you start to focus on this kind of small, pulsing thing, a halo of the angel Zariel, before she left her angelic form. As with all angels, they come equipped with a retaliatory method to their potential destruction. That being referred to... Let me quickly find it real quick. That being referred to as the Halo's Gambit. It acts as a parasite to chaotic forces that have destroyed the Halo. In its state, the Halo has no sentience, though it is connected to the angelic qualities of Zariel. If it were to be destroyed, as would her angelic traits, properties, and abilities related to being an angel.
Okay, that's everything?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's about that. Any discussion while the cart goes, or do you all simply just kind of wade through this moment of reeling as you get back to the camp?
So, Sween, I can't help but notice you are interestingly different.
I mean, yeah, I lost my arm.
Ah, very funny. No, the fact that you took, I don't know how to say this in a nice way. You're very large now, and you look like a different man. Kind of. Have you seen yourself in a mirror lately? Is what I'm getting at.
I haven't had a chance to. No.
Sween, okay, I don't know if you noticed. Have you noticed you're taller, perhaps? Have you noticed your head is a couple more feet above the ground? You have wings!
The wings I did notice.
And that didn't tip you off to say, something is wrong. Something is different.
I knew I'd get wings by grabbing the sword.
What?
We knew that it gives you wings. Gideon told us.
Yes, but they are personalized to you, not just random angel wings. They have icicles on them, Sween. That's not normal. At least as far as I know.
Good point.
And, being an entire size bigger, you have more scales and less smooth skin, like normal.
Yeah. That's true. Sorry, it's hard to concentrate on anything.
Yes, why is that? Is something happening? Is it doing something to you? Other than this.
Are the hallucinations purely visual?
They're
also...
visual and auditory.
Oh, right, because there's still the
whispers.
freeze
of,
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Freeze hell over.
There's just a lot happening in my head right now.
Do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to stay quiet? Because I can do either.
We can talk more at camp, maybe. I just need to sit with it.
Okay, maybe don't sit with it for too long, because it might cause problems.
Okay.
You and Moloch were both hit directly with a hellfire attack. I don't think that did anything good to you.
Speaking of which, Moloch.
Yeah.
Did you see anything while we were out?
I mean, visions from hellfire wouldn't be a first. I saw ruins. The shittiest sushi I've ever seen. Was it undead that I saw as well?
Oh, a legion of them.
Oh yeah, okay. Legions of undead? Almost like
Just to be clear, it was a shared vision, right?
Yep,
Just
shared
so
vision.
I'm not pulling this out of...
Shared.
Okay. I saw that too.
Cool.
So, quick question, or I guess two. Would Korah have experience in knowing about hellfire, and would he know if these kind of visions, shared visions, are common with the effects? I can roll something for it.
I can give it to you off the bat. Shared visions, at least with the hellfire that you've seen, like, visions are very common with hellfire, because it's a lot of just, like, it's like a primordial soup of fucking, like, devilish chaos, crazy shit. So that's very common, but shared ones is not anything you would have any baseline for.
Can I also roll, like, something? Can I roll, like, a history since my husband?
You would have the same information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, neither of you have ever been hit by hellfire directly, correct? I'm assuming so.
Not as far as we recall. Mitchell, you got anything?
Well,
no! When would I have been hit by hellfire?
You should have. Anyways.
Well, given what I know, visions are not uncommon, but what you are describing is a shared experience, which is possibly connected with your soul thing it was described.
Is it normal?
Which is... No!
So, I said,
Sorry,
it's
that was...
Yeah.
rude. Yes, it is abnormal. This is a strange happening. Any other circumstance, I would probably interrogate you, but you both almost died, and we are friends. Interrogation is not exactly the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I'll be glad to talk once we get some rest.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We know just as much as you do, or less right now.
The cart continues steady on through the wastes of Avernus, treading quietly across the dunes. Camp eventually comes into view, to which you see everyone kind of scattered about. Maggie is not immediately visible, though there is rustling from a nearby tent that has been pitched, no doubt by her. Melania is pacing back and forth. She looks a little bit blanched and pale, her eyes a bit heavy and scattered, just kind of pacing back and forth and nibbling on kind of like the middle point and joint of her finger, and very much just like spinning around her broomstick a couple of times, just kind of doing something with her hand. Azazel has managed to get up and towards the fireplace with Mahadi. Azazel seems more focused on warming his hands, while Mahadi's one-sided gaze falls onto the pacing Melania. But his ears are twitching towards the nearby rustling tent. You approach in the vehicle, and Melania very quickly is just going to, just hops on her broom and goes over, you're just getting towards the outskirts. The second you guys come into view on the horizon, that she jumps on and rushes over. Okay. Whoa. Are you... Okay, I feel like asking if you are all okay is not exactly going to be the most productive thing given the situation.
You can read our minds, right? We got smacked by hellfire.
Yeah, I can. Her eyes kind of just scan over everyone. Weirdly enough, her pupils fully blow out for a second as her head scrolls over Gideon's face, and she almost dazes off for a second before... I tried to trust her, but then the Azazel story wasn't adding up, and you guys were already so far, and I had everyone here to take care of since Neuraxis is still out of it. Azazel is hardly recovered, and Mahadi has hardly enough strength to fend off a moderate creature, let alone another fiend. So I wasn't hasty, but something is up. And like you said, she made the temple.
Seems like it, yes. Seems like her and what other Moonlight sorcerers were still alive at the time did it.
Why didn't she tell us?
Yeah.
She sent us on this massive goose chase.
Not sure. We saw a lot about her in the visions. From visions, complicated history with Zariel. Betrayal at the end, there's things not adding up though.
Tell me about it. Not to mention how shielded her mind has been as of late. Now, I don't even know if I believe that her mind, when it was available for me to read, was entirely truthful. Wouldn't be the first time someone scrambled around their minds. Kind of puffs out her cheek and just she hates dealing with this sort of thing. I don't even know how to approach this right now. You all look like shit, and I don't know if engaging in this would cause a fight, which I don't think you could handle right
I told
now.
you. Well, just establish some things. Who said you shouldn't destroy the Halo? We shouldn't destroy the Halo.
Azazel.
Did Maggie have any thoughts on that when he said that?
Maggie was in her place, messing around. Doing who knows what. But in fact, she went to the scrapyard earlier to see if there was anything she could scrounger up, and insisted she went alone. This is before I was even suspicious. I was trying to trust her. I said, be safe, Maggie.
Alright. Okay. Who's the best liar here?
Normally I would say Moloch.
Just above table, I got a 5.
+5?
Yeah.
I have a plus.
Most
And I can use channel divinity if
Sorry,
needed.
You
real
have a
quick,
plus
Ines.
8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you are a politician. That does make sense.
I think if that's the case,
Ever.
I think B,
Korah's
I think,
gonna, like,
I think,
reach-
I think B, yeah,
Yeah.
like, I think Korah, you know, like, B's
yeah,
background.
Korah's just gonna like slide over to B and just like put his like shoulder on hers, just like, hi, my very bestest friend in the whole wide world.
Oh goodness. Alright, we'll just.
So you know how you lie a lot?
You don't have to phrase it that way, Korah.
Well, but you do, so you could. For us. A little bit.
Just tell me what you need exactly.
He's gonna
I was
gesture.
thinking maybe we go into the camp and we lie about destroying the Halo just to gauge Maggie's reaction.
Alright.
Well,
Trying to figure
Because we
things
don't
out with
have
her.
because we don't have it out, we don't really have a way to get sniffed out as easy. It's in the box.
Oh, so
What if we cracked the fake Halo?
We have a fake one?
I feel like she might be able to find that out considering she was in the discussion about the fake Halo.
yeah. Also, we never finished it. I think maybe we hide it in the puzzle box. We put it away for now. So we broke it and just see what she says. And then, you know, based on her reaction, we decide if we want to confront her there or not.
It would pose kind of an inconvenience being that we're bound by your contract. Does anybody remember the stipulations?
The exact
Zariel
stipulations. Yeah. I think Valadia is very much on this shit and she just pops in. Exact stipulations. Until Zariel is dead and buried, we belong, our cores and our hearts belong to her. If someone learns about it through any means, extracted, etc., then we are to turn into egg spawn or etc. If we are to die, then we are brought to her. However, there is nothing on the stipulation about us doing
attack.
harm to her or her doing harm to us. The only stipulation is that she does not force our nature of service to her towards anyone else. As to immediately turn us into Hagspawn.
Okay. Worst case scenario, I guess we could. I don't want to think about fighting.
We just do it to gauge a reaction and then we say that we lied.
Okay. Yeah.
Especially considering that she seems to be lying to us to begin with, more than anything. Yeah.
I can usually tell when someone's. If I focus, I'm better at telling if someone's lying. I can just be there.
Okay, I'm going to set a contingency in case shit pops off.
Yeah. I know. Pia got a spell slot left. I'm gonna enhance ability.
Yeah.
4th level enhance.
Maybe you should
ability.
cast it.
So,
How many people do you get to target with that?
3?
Okay, well, you should definitely
I have
make sure
a
one of them
fifth
be
level spell slot as well.
because you should definitely target B with one of those, Joe, just because, you know, lying.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give B charisma, myself wisdom. Is anybody else relevant in this equation? Okay.
No, that I know of.
I'll give intelligence to Gideon for fun.
All right.
I think instead of contingency, actually, Melania is just gonna have, like, prepare action wall of force whenever you guys are going in.
Yeah.
Just whatever we do, just please don't make us fight again.
That's the plan. At the very least in the conversation, just physically speaking, the people who are more injured should stand a bit back or against the wall or something like that, just to as few points of potential contact.
Yeah, I just need to see her and hear her.
Okay. Should we get it over with?
Let's go.
Okay. You guys are gonna walk towards the tent. I'm assuming Moloch, like, shakily leading the way. And, yeah, she's gonna, Melania's gonna prepare an action to subtle spell. Just so that it's not clear that she's getting ready to cast something. She's gonna also kind of peep into the room, where you guys hear the pulling and stretching of something as you see this large, like, knitting needle made of bone being dragged up and she's stitching together another one of those constructs like Mickey from the Knucklebone Pit. And doesn't turn to face you, but is just going to go, "Welcome back. So how'd everything go?"
We've destroyed the Halo.
Roll deception.
With advantage.
How's a 25?
This is versus her insight. Her insight is a 19. She spins around.
I didn't realize there was going to be so much backlash for you guys all cracking into it like that. Looks like you've taken quite the number, haven't you?
She kind of rubs her hands together as she looks over Sween and Moloch.
You know how Zariel is, trickster. I should have assumed, seen this coming, that she'd have some great trap to do it all. I mean, at this point, we could probably make our way towards her. After
Yeah,
rest.
just sort of do a general insight, see if she's hiding anything. Well,
Yeah.
pretty obviously hiding something. But...
Yeah.
Inside her ass.
So yeah, that's a nat 20.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so she fully thinks that the damage you took from the hellfire was from what I believe. Like, you don't know it because I don't believe Gideon said what he found in the Halo Identify unless you want to retroactively say you mentioned it.
Yeah, I would have told
Yeah,
everyone
okay.
if I when I was doing Identify.
She thinks that it was the Halo's retribution that did this to you guys and not hellfire. And you see the way her lip curls and twitches that she's very happy about this outcome. Almost giddy about it, just hands shaking as she, like, she's very excited.
And what about her statement that she didn't expect this?
Lie.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Bold-faced lie.
So, what now?
We go to Zariel, and after a rest, we take down the rest of the dregs of her. Then your pact is over. Everything goes along its way.
I mean, do you think she'll be weak enough for us to beat her?
It must be by now.
We don't know as much about the Halo as you seem to, just because of your history with her. Like, what exactly does breaking it do to her?
I mean, Halos, they're... I'm sure as you found out, they have an inherent connection to the person that they're with. It expresses itself in different ways. In some regards, it lashes out as a final display of force, but I assumed, given the state I last saw Zariel in, that it wouldn't do as such. My apologies for not being transparent about the possibility that she had rigged it up in that manner. But,
Yes.
well, it, in a sense, holds their being into place. The Halos, and then we learned about them in Lunamancy, they're the aspect of chaos in angels makes them more mortal. More... Yes. Not to say that when they're destroyed they become less mortal, as in less killable, but it simply takes them down a couple pegs. A lot of their strength comes from their similarity to mortals, in a way, that is put in place by the Halo, so taking it away means they can't fully connect with the world as it stands, and especially in a place as chaotic as hell, that's going to put her at a major disadvantage.
Alright then. That's all good to know. Any other last minute preparations you think we should do?
Resting is the obvious one. But beyond that, if I were to think... She won't have access to her radiance anymore, so you won't have to worry about preparing yourself for that. If anything, it'd be best to keep an eye out for any potential flames, so if there's anything to staunch that away, then that would be the highest priority.
Okay.
After Zariel, what do you plan to do?
Rebel! You're a job well done! And a free bonus. And honestly, just feel good that that traitorous bitch is dead. I already told you, I'm not in this to rule Avernus. I just don't want her to.
Yeah. Just gonna insight that again just to see if she's having anything.
Yeah.
21?
She doesn't want Zariel to rule Avernus. Nor does she want to rule Avernus. But it's clear she has someone in mind.
Right. So what then? I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty good headline. So what, we just let it descend into anarchy?
Something like that.
Sending Avernus to anarchy would not be the best idea.
Oh, what do you know? Who knows how it'll all work out at the end of the day? There's a bunch of people vying for the next place in line. People way more qualified than her.
It's just a thing on our mind as...
Sorry, what?
No, you talk first.
Yeah, Tony?
Okay, I was just gonna say, it's on our mind just given the impending invasion from heaven. Seems it would be pertinent to try to order things after Zariel's been defeated.
So you suddenly care about hell?
I think what's getting at is that if we plunge Avernus into unavoidable and unimaginable anarchy, the likelihood that Avernus and the rest of hell gets swallowed up and destroyed goes up.
Birdie, you are right here. As is her, points at Beelzebub. Am I, a fool to think that your two archdevils aren't immediately going to swarm the place and take over themselves? Of course they're going to.
Even if that is the case, we don't want Avernus taken over, because then the rest of hell goes with it.
Well then, that's up to whatever archdevil comes down here and secures the place, and I have a feeling that it's between one of your twos that are vying for their seat. So if you want the real guess of what's probably going to happen if it descends into anarchy, it's probably going to be Mephistopheles or Belial and Fierna.
And if you had a choice?
Mephistopheles would make a mess.
Sorry, I'm just, journalism makes me curious. Who would you choose?
I don't particularly care for either. My hope is on a third party.
May I ask whom?
No.
Fair enough. Ah,
Well, seems like we should get things ordered. Rest, maybe.
yeah.
I don't suppose you could, Maggie, you could go out and maybe talk to your connections, maybe get a beat on where Zariel is for us?
I could. That was my plan to begin with. I just needed a... She kind of pulls together some of the sutures and snaps back. A conduit. She taps the back of this homunculus thing that... She kind of takes her hands and makes it puppet with her. So, and it kind of both... The voice comes out doubled from her and the homunculus. Worry not. I'll be getting on that.
Alright, well that's good to know. Alright, so let's try to be efficient about this. You can take care of that while we rest up.
Yes,
Hopefully we can get the ball rolling as soon as possible in all this.
agreed. Oh, and thank you all for being like a coven to me.
Yes. I'm glad we've gave you some, comfort, help here.
You have. It's peace of mind I've looked for a long, long time.
Right. Nothing left to do but go forward.
Sorry, one more thing. Do you know much about breaking curses?
Breaking curses.
Sween's gotten himself into a predicament with attuning to his sword.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, he's big.
I can see that. I wouldn't
The sword
know.
seems like it'll be helpful. Zariel didn't say anything about it back in the days that you knew her as a moonlight sorcerer, or?
I didn't know it was cursed. It was just
Well,
given to her
curses-
from Koshiro, so...
Yes. More to do with the curses. It's more a curse in the magical sense than in sort of the proverbial sense. It seems like it was done intentionally to affect Zariel's state of mind. It introduces more chaos to someone in order to bring them closer to a balanced center, which I imagine in Zariel's case is because of her celestial alignment, making her very orderly.
I'm not surprised. Half of the reason that Koshiro picked her up into the fray, at least from what I know, was because of how misaligned she was. Most angels were somewhat solidified, kept in a check, in a sense, by the halos given to them by the celestial letter gods, to stop them from leaning entirely in one direction. But she was definitely more so on the line of order than chaos, to the point where even that halo was faulty.
Should we be worried if she becomes more chaotic without the sword? And
No,
the
she's
halo,
more
I mean-
orderly without them.
okay, oh sorry, that was me mishearing something earlier. Okay. Does does the identify I did on the Halo support that? What she's saying
Yes.
that his arrow will become more orderly without the Halo?
Yep. She's not lying on that front.
Is this okay? And just I feel like I should just roll a check here, even though this is just a redundancy thing. It feels like, but that to me, the player that doesn't sound right. But I don't know if it does, and I'm just misunderstanding. So I don't know if maybe I should roll something, or am I the player just misunderstanding?
You can roll religion.
Yeah, because destroying the Halo and then she becomes more orderly doesn't sound right to me, the player, but also I might just be being dumb right now and misunderstanding things.
No, hey, religion's an intelligence thing. You do have enhanced
Yeah,
ability.
I do. Oh, I got 2 18s, so that's a 23.
23. So, to theologically break this down, based on stuff that you've learned recently, chaos or a strange ordeal, a push and a pull, a back and a forth. From what you are gathering, and from what I will say, full blank order, just order, highlighted, underlined, bolded. That best describes demons. If what Maggie is saying is true, and you get the inclination that it is, based on perhaps old war records that you've seen of angels and such here and there, the halos were given to them by the letter gods to ground them more with the rest of the mortals.
Okay. Alright, that makes sense. Alright.
Basically to make sure they don't go fucking haywire.
Yeah. Okay, and with the demon stuff with Maggie, did we tell her that we know? Did we tell? No, we didn't tell her about the Zariel. Did we tell her about the Zariel possession, or have we only told her that hey, we encountered demons in general?
Only
I
that
can't
we've encountered
remember what-
demons, because you learned about the Zariel possession going into the Maw.
Yeah, and at that time she said she didn't know anything about demons.
Yes.
But also in the flashback she saw. Wait, no, she didn't see
She
Zariel
didn't see-
contact Razor.
No, that was Yale.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. But she did fight. Yeah, never interacted with Grazit. Only Kosheshi, who maybe she didn't. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Gotcha. Though, are there any things we should be concerned about now that if she's more ordered?
No, I don't think so. I think if anything, being in hell is going to be a disadvantage alone for someone of that ilk. Might overwhelm her, in a way.
Okay. Well, we seem pretty clear on everything then.
Yes. Always glad to illuminate.
Oh, one last thing though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's important, but we found a corpse when we were near the building with the halo in it.
Corpse.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be ever
You speak with-
devil.
No, Well, do you speak with dead? And eventually, along the way, figured out their name was Yale. What does that mean to you?
Yale was a midnight sorcerer. She was a close friend of mine and Zariel's. She perished the day we fought Sheshi.
Wait, that's not consistent with what we saw, right?
Yes, it is. Because immediately after Zariel got put in the doll body, they fought Kasheshi.
Oh, okay.
And that was the same day as Yale died from Haruman.
Right. I understand.
But where we saw Haruman kill Yale wasn't the same area we found the body, right?
Yes.
Alright.
But she was also dragging herself away from the scene. Yale was.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Do you know how her corpse might have ended up there, though?
I mean, I only
Or
saw
why?
blood trail.
Hmm.
I mean, with all the types of things in Avernus that can displace you, and the corrosion and the like, I wouldn't be shocked if, in whatever time it took the Citadel area to rise, that she found herself drawn to it in a way.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'm just gonna do a quick insight check again, just to check if she's hiding anything. That's a 27.
Yeah, lie, because she's not fully admitting that, like, the Citadel was where Yale died, even though it definitely is where Yale died. It was in the Citadel.
Right.
She's seemingly implying it wasn't directly in the Citadel.
So, you think Yale knew about it beforehand? The building? The Citadel? I'm just asking because you knew her in life.
She was very adept at noticing the things that the rest of us typically didn't.
Alright. I think that's everything. Besides... Oh, wait, we still have telepathic link up?
Yeah.
Rare telepathic bomb. So I'm just gonna ask over it. Should we mention? I'm just gonna mention over it. Should we mention to Maggie that Haruman is dead?
Might raise more questions, considering the fact that she's assuming that the Halo caused our damage right now.
Maybe we should just go and rest for the time being and deal with everything else later.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you know if I have any more questions.
Of course. I'll be meditating in here.
He kind of closes her eyes, and that, once again, that kind of puppet thing is gonna... And then her voice is just going to...
Now then, contacts.
All right, let's give Maggie some space and rest up.
You guys all duck out of the tent.
Yeah. Basically, you know, I think I'm just gonna try to pull everyone, including, you know, Azazel, Mahadi, and Melania together, just into just somewhere another tent, and then I want to ritual cast Rare telepathic bond again, except, you know, include all the people that weren't there because they were at the camp.
I think, everyone is indeed brought in, and there's, like, I'd imagine that you've also gone into the tent and Rexus has been resting in.
Yeah.
Just get him involved as well. He's a little sleepy.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
I cannot believe that worked. Holy Jesus.
What happened in there?
A lot.
You destroyed the Halo.
Say that again, B. Your voice cut out.
We told them we destroyed the Halo, but it's still with us.
Lying and deceit. Mahadi claps his hands together. You are getting used to this hell thing, mortals.
Yeah, so it seems pertinent given that
Maggie.
Maggie lied to us first.
That's what I was going to ask. A lie for lie's sake is, well, that's not a bad thing, I would say, but a lie with reason is something I'm also expecting.
She hid the halo.
I think Azazel looks up a little tiredly. In what way?
And that the Citadel, it was designed by her, and maybe it seems like a couple other Moonlight sorcerers, or maybe just her, it's hard to tell, but she was involved in making it. Haruman was following us because he wanted us to break in for him.
Yeah, because the halos, when you break them, it sends out a parasite to whoever it did, rends them from the inside out. That's why I imagine, and he kind of like his wings ruffle a little bit. Back on Ethos, kind of gestures his limp, like slit wrists. I'd imagine nowadays you don't see many angels, or people who sided with Genesis. Is that right?
No.
Mutual destruction. The genocide of the angels nearly took out all of Genesis's forces too, if I had to guess. But I wasn't there for the rest of it.
Well, we learned quite a bit while we were there too. Visions of the past. A lot of more demons involved.
I think
Faces.
Neuraxis blinks his eyes awake more. Demons.
Yeah. It's been a running theme so far. We find out Kosheshi was one. Someone seems to have possessed or made a deal with Zariel. And
Hold on. Another one besides Kosheshi?
yes. Seems that they orchestrated Kosheshi's fall with Zariel, or through them. So hard to tell.
So they double-crossed us. Great. That's great.
Do you have more to... It sounds like you know more than we do about something about this.
Swings his legs over the bed and such and just slaps his hands on his thighs. I work in politics. If it wasn't clear, honey. Tail kind of slips around a little bit towards your back, Gideon, and just wraps around your hips. You know, I didn't really enjoy being your pawn all this time. So, what? I don't exactly have an obligation to tell you all these high-up secrets, do I?
No. So I guess I'll appeal to your sense of self-preservation, which is that it seems there's a lot more at stake here than just politics.
That there is. Kind of crosses his legs again and sighs. I shouldn't be petty right now. Forgive me. But no. We have a say a lot of the time in who stays an Archdevil. The number of Archdevils who have been overthrown with help of outside sources is staggering. When the old Archdevil of Avernus was possessed by Kosheshi, we pretty much allowed anyone to deal with it. Not exactly our finest play, I suppose, but...
No, given that you allowed another demon to take care of it.
That we didn't know. We were working with underlings of Kosheshi to ensure that another demon did not go in. They were whistleblowers on his nature to begin with. Haruman
Was also possessed. Or altered, transfigured. By the same demon that possessed Ariel and overthrew them. Also, just to clarify, we don't have Grazit's name yet, right?
You do have Grashit's name, because Haruman said
Okay.
it.
Oh, yeah, he did. Okay. We have a name for the demon. Grazit. Phase 2, if you can even call it that.
Shit. This fucking embargo. That woman needs to die. Easy as that. End of story. You didn't break the halo?
No.
Thank fuck! Forgive me.
It would weaken her though, right?
It would weaken her. Yes.
But also weaken
Her
us.
angelic no. It would weaken her angelic shell. The vestiges of which are the only thing keeping her from being entirely, fully, wholly able to express Grajit's entire power.
Oh.
Which I think it seems pretty clear Maggie knows, at least to some extent. Which raises the question of why she wants it this way.
Jealousy?
Maybe.
Right. Of all the things she admitted, she was pretty genuine about her hatred of Zariel.
She was, but I mean, she knows about the demon. If she had a hand in building the trials we went through, those memories, then she'd know.
Maybe she wishes she was.
And she was
She can
willing
do
to let
awful
us perish
things.
for that.
I mean, I can see something. Like, some magical force comes down after, and by the way, Melania is very clearly extracting what you guys, the memories, saw, which is why she's speaking of knowledge of the
Yeah.
situation. She saw her friend get chosen by this powerful source after, their entire group of sorcerers had been abandoned by their former leader.
And she wasn't chosen.
So
matter-
what then? The new leader she had in mind was Rashid again?
Well, remember,
Shocked.
Zariel still has some control.
I have a follow-up question. What happens if Zariel destroys her halo? Parasite gets released into her.
I don't think an angel has ever snapped their own halo. Azazel raises his hand.
I think there's
Anything can happen in the heat of
There's-
battle, right?
probably reason for her to believe that it would do harm to herself, which is why Haruman was the one who went to go get it. Clearly
Or he
didn't
went-
care about the man.
Or he's the one that went. That's a good point. Or she sent him because the trials were designed to psychologically repel her.
Regardless, I'm of the belief that Haruman would have been the one to break it in the end.
That would make sense.
But even still, it's the same outcome, right? It's fully pushing
Maybe,
Zariel
yeah.
to that other side. It's her self being lost in the process, so it doesn't really matter as long as the halo is destroyed by someone. Maybe if she destroyed
Yes,
her own
but-
halo, whatever the parasite is would affect her physically, but I don't know.
Azazel, what do you know more about what that parasite is?
Kind of reaches up towards the raven feather crown over his head and just like taps it a couple times. It's just, we don't remember much, a lot of us, about why we are the way we are, but the Celestials wanted us to have a shot at living amongst the rest of you. Living. It's retribution from up top. For taking away our chance.
Hmm.
I believe it was
No.
B. Balance who put this in place.
That would make sense. Well, if we're asking questions right now, I feel like I should direct it back to you in our axis and ask, what else do you know about demons and the world that came before?
Worlds.
Yeah, cycles and all that. But you still get my point.
His eyes lull over everyone. Quite frankly, neither of them have told me the specifics.
Either?
Neither. Neither one of them. Daddy and daughter.
Those being...
Azzy and Glazzy.
Yes.
He kind of sighs. Says it would drive me insane. As if it doesn't to not know to begin with, but... I shouldn't be telling you all this, but I suppose you're all roped into the deal at this point anyways, and if Asmodeus is the one who is graciously going to allow you all to enter hell, I'm sure he won't be mad at me if I spill a couple of trade secrets. Multiple worlds came before us.
Yes. Not much is clear from what we've seen so far.
From what I can recall, 1, 2, 3... I believe 5. At this point. No. Sorry, this is the 8th. The 8th cycle.
Yes.
At least on Ethos. We've kind of persisted throughout. Dredges, you know.
Yes, that much is clear. It seems... To this point, it seems like we've figured out that most of, if not all of the fiends here are dredges from other cycles.
That would be accurate. Every one of these realms was pushed into its new cycle by a catalyst.
That being...
The Demon Lords, as they are now. And I'm
But they
pretty
weren't
sure-
always demon lords, were they?
No. That's just the form they take now, as their cycle has burnt out into ash and ember.
Not much is clear, but... What were they before that?
Depends. Ambitious mortals, angels, all sorts of beings. At the end of the day, though, ambition, beyond any of their peers, at some point they reach godhood. Ascended.
And then they see the door, right?
Yes. And it opens up, swallows them whole, swallows their world whole.
So every time someone tries to achieve godhood, or more actually when they do, their world ends, their universe, reality.
To our knowledge, yes.
If that's the case, where do beings like the letter gods fit in?
That I have not been told. But, if I were to speculate, I know they've been around my entire lifetime. And I've seen 2 worlds come and go. Crosses his arms. And they've been there for both. So, if I had to guess, they're somewhat like us. Dredges of chaos. In fact, they've always been the last stand against these rising demon lords. At the end of the day, they're never strong enough.
So, gods rise, the letter gods fight back, they lose, the world ends, everything ends, and then it starts up at once and again anew.
The box remains, and it opens. And all starts again.
Pandora's? No. That's why he went mad. Genesis. Fought all.
And that's why we've spent most of our existence trying to make sure demons don't get in.
But how have they been getting in the door? I thought the whole point was that it could only be opened from this side.
I wish I knew.
I mean, I saw when we banished Kosheshi's remnants. I mean, I saw his skin slither through a keyhole in the door, but I don't know. We're talking unreality here. Metaphor and visuals are not a lot to go on right now. So, what's different?
In what way?
If Genesis, this is less. I don't think you have the answers here. This is me just reaching out to everyone here. But if Genesis knows how the story goes, what's different this time? If his plan is to ascend to godhood, but he knows what happens once he reaches godhood, what's the difference?
Maybe he wants to start a new cycle where...
But that's the thing, he can't. Because if he becomes a god, he gets sucked through the door, presumably becomes like one of the demon lords, and the whole thing starts all over again. There is no new world of Genesis. So what makes it different? Because he knows what happens, so something has to be different. Plans to destroy the bombs. I don't know, that can't be it.
You are asking questions to a group of fiends who, up until recently, didn't know the mortal plane still exists.
Yes, I know,
I don't know if we will have
it's
the
a lot.
answers you want.
It is, and right now, unfortunately, I don't know if we have the answer. The mythogenesis is, as I was told, at the very least, is that he opened the box and loved what he saw inside. But
Does that match?
Yeah, that is the general historical retelling.
Okay. I don't know why that doesn't sound right to me. Maybe someone told me something out of character.
Yeah.
And I'm confusing things, but I could have sworn that he didn't. Like, he basically went full, like, doomer, like, nihilist mode with everything after opening the box.
Like, the story as told in canon towards pretty much everyone is that he opened the box and loved it. But, like, people have seen the opposite, where he has, like, it's been both sides of the coin. People have seen both sides of the coin in this campaign. Either he loved it or hated it. And there's not a definitive one.
No, it's just... We're missing something, and I don't know.
Well, we are in the...
Delaney kind of looks around to gauge everyone's reaction as she says this.
graveyard of a bunch of dead societies who have gone through this cycle all before. If there's any place that's going to have answers on how this cycle goes about itself, and any answers on how it will get to its next point and how it can be diverted in the way that Genesis wants, then the answers would be in hell.
Yeah, that's true enough. And frankly, Nereid-Ashes, I wouldn't be surprised if your boss had the answers.
He likely does.
Alright, well...
But he's tight-lipped on the concept of demons and cycles.
At least from what you know, do you know the names of any other demon lords?
We're not supposed to utter them to the general public. People from...
I think we're a bit past that point.
People from those cycles tend to get when their names are uttered.
Yes, well... I'm not. I'm from this cycle.
Alright, you win. You get all the secrets. He's gonna, like, grab you by the chain kind of wrapped around you and is gonna just yank you out of the tent. Does anyone else need in on this? What, the potential risk of head explosion?
I think I'm gonna help these two get to bed.
Okay.
I already feel like my head's exploding.
Oh, so... It's similar to the thing with Pluto?
I'm not sure what the thing with Pluto... right, that thing with Pluto.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's the same, though? Or similar?
Imagine you had an entire lifetime that you didn't know about. And at the same time, everything came back to you.
That makes sense. Well, I suppose we should be glad that all our friends here are being drip-fed their past then.
There you are. I don't know how good that is.
No, but it's been happening. Between the hellfire and moonlight sorcerer visions.
Well, at the very least, as a similar, drip-fed person of their memory, I've gone through a similar process before. You're quite lucky I had, because then Grajit would have... me. Anywho. Kind of pulls you by the chain and gets you in real close. Goes right up to your ear and starts whispering. And of course we got Grajit. And they all have little nicknames, you know? He's probably my favorite, despite what he did to my world. The Dark Prince, the Pleasuresome One. That one's Grajit. And then, of course, we have Orcus, the Prince of Undeath, Lord of the Undead and Necromancy. And then we, of course, have Kosheshi, the Lord of Rage and Hate. The Demogorgon, the two-headed serpent of chaos, and spirals and madness. Not the most appealing one, if I had to be quite frank. Let's see, who else is there? Gosh, how could I forget? And then we have the Faceless One, Jewel Blacks, oozing creature, monstrous thing. We have those ones. Who else? Oh, Emmet, Prince of Beasts. Is that all of them? Let's see, how many did I go over? Demogorgon, Orcus, Grajit, Baphomet, Jewel Blacks. That's 5. 6.
There's one you're missing. It's... I don't know the name, but the face is a beak. Feathered.
I'm sorry, that one doesn't ring a bell. Demogorgon, Orcus, Grajit, Baphomet, Yenogu, Jublex, Kasheshi, Malcontet, Zugatmoy. Or sorry, it was a Malcontet. I hate to say it, I erased Malcontet, because she's just the same as Grajit. Franzoglu.
Happens.
I don't know any of those with a beak, as far as I was aware.
I see. Okay. We certainly named the last few names there. Certainly named a few names there at that last bit that you didn't before, so maybe work on your memory.
I told you them all. All eight. There you go.
Alright, well, that's good to know at least. I don't suppose. And so Nereid-Ashes was probably putting names to faces during that? Was putting names to faces during that, right?
Yeah.
Like describing their general.
Yeah. Like Demogorgon,
Okay, well.
Dual Heads, Claude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, if that's the case, well, it seems pretty obvious that in the case of Sween and Moloch, well, they're Moloch now. That's the whole thing. But their true name, but it seems like Orcus was from their cycle, at least if the description lines up with what we saw.
Gotcha. Any insight on the others?
Korah, it's unclear. We just saw visions of rotting fruit, gray-winged angels.
Well, kind of steps back on those healed feet. Now
Wait,
you know.
before you go.
Yes. What is it?
Who's the demon lord of Mephisto's cycle?
I think it was probably Baphomet. I think.
You don't sound very confident there.
I'm not.
That seems odd. Seems.
It is because I'm trying to recall and it's all fuzzy. Tends to be the case when you're talking about demons, though.
Alright. Well, I feel like I should tell you of all people, I think. This is probably comical to say, but Mephisto's hiding something, it seems like.
Yes, well. Yes, well.
More than just the general, I don't know, something to do with B. What she is. Even more so than everyone else.
Well, I can certainly report that whenever the barrier goes down. But...
assuming Asmodeus doesn't already know that anyways.
Also assuming that Asmodeus doesn't, that he wouldn't immediately take out a pretty little mistake like Beelzebub.
Mistake?
If it's what you say it is, some grand covered-up secrets. We have a thing with taking out stuff that doesn't exactly fall in line.
Yes, well, these days it seems like most people don't seem to fall in line.
Take that up with the boss, then.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying for your own sake, you did just tell me 8 demon names. 6 I didn't know already.
We're just going to turn this into a petty threatening war till what? You can get another one on me? Another spell off?
No, I just don't want you murdering B.
I don't want to either. So, what I'm proposing is we keep it a secret and I don't go sniffing out the bee thing, considering my position.
Alright, yeah, I just... Okay.
Are we done?
One more thing. This is... It seems like I should tell you, given your origins, but... During one of the visions, I think I met Grashit. Properly.
Face to face?
Would you really call it a face, though?
No, I'm speaking metaphorically.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only way I could prove I have is... I know not to look down.
How have you been feeling?
Odd. To say the least, it was a harrowing experience.
Mm-hmm.
And also, just out of character,
Yeah.
I've never heard the P word, right?
You've never heard Pazuzu. Yes, you have.
I have where?
You have from the vision with, because B, like, human B said, do you work with Pazuzu?
Oh. You did. Thank you, human bee. Does... Yeah. You said you were confused about bees. Do you know anything about Mephisto's cycle?
Not much.
I have a name, but I don't know if it would even mean anything. Could have just been a warlord or something or other, but... When I was in Bee's mind, she mentioned a name. Pazuzu.
He opens his mouth. His eyes blink over sideways in a pitch white. He raises his finger as if about to say something. Collapses forward.
Isis.
Fully unconscious.
Yeah, I think Gideon gets on his knees to try to shake him awake. Isis.
No response.
No. Okay. No. Korah. Can you get out of here?
Yes, I...
Melania, stay in the tent. I don't know if you can read my mind right now.
Okay.
You're the only one. I don't know. You're the only one still not injured. But I said a name to I said the name to Nereid-Ashes, and you just passed out.
Okay, just... fuck. I don't know. I didn't know names could do that. What do I do in this situation?
We just talked about. I don't know. It shouldn't have done anything. It's not.
I don't even want to know about what conversation you were having. What do you want to do?
Azazel?
Yeah.
I just need help here.
Okay.
Noraxis is
Okay,
passed out. I
hold
don't know what to
on.
do here.
He's gonna like settle next to Noraxis and like. I'm assuming there's like water somewhere around here for them to drink because it's a camp.
Yeah, there is.
He'll grab like a canteen and just like, probably some like Maggie's a hag. She's got herbs everywhere.
Yeah.
Most likely, he'll grab some of the like strongest smelling shit he can find and like kind of hold it underneath Noraxis's nose.
I think, and at the same time, Azazel is, like, basically reaching down. He's very clearly doing, like, what the rest of the devils here know is, like, the basic form of, like, telling if a fiend core is actively on the verge of death, which is basically the akin of, like, checking a pulse, which is kind of just, like, going down and, like, running your finger across different parts and such of the body, and he's doing so, and he's like, you didn't attack him or anything?
No, I said a name.
Hey.
But what? I don't know, and I can't say anything more because I don't know if it'll do anything to the rest of you.
Devil.
I can plug my ears.
Maybe let's just pause on the name right now, though. Maybe.
No.
Okay.
Hey, bud. Hey, you here? Come here. Come on, Nax. Just like shaking the guy back and forth and such with his like limp, like limbs and such. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna yell.
Yeah. What are you doing, Gideon?
I just want to shout over to Melania again. Melania, after I came out of the vision, after I came out of Bee's mind, did you hear any names when I was thinking about it? What happened? The experience?
Yeah. I saw the whole thing.
Okay, then you're fine. Okay, then you should be fine.
Okay, and she rushes out and also is going to go next to Noraxis, is going to look at the way that Korah is doing the herbs, and it's just like,
shock his system, make him wake up.
Okay.
But this is the way he reacts. This is different out of character. This is different than what happened when the Pangea Pluto stuff happened, right?
Yeah, they like seize.
Everyone there was active.
He's
they were
just like
seizing. He just passed out.
Yeah, he's just like fully, like, and Melania, I think as she gets over, she goes,
I don't hear anything in his head. Usually when you're unconscious, you still have swirling stuff in your subconscious going. There's nothing.
But he's not dead.
Azazel, like, confirms and such and just nods. He's not dead.
Shit. God. Fuck. I want to do a useless magic. Okay. There's nothing in his mind, nothing? At all?
Nothing at all! It's...
Okay,
Quiet, unless all of you get quiet, just everyone step back for a second, and just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, we give her space.
She's just listening and listening.
Gideon, step further away.
Yeah, Gideon backs up.
Further?
He keeps going.
To the point where you're, like, fully more than, like, double away from everyone else.
Yeah.
I can still read you from over here.
Sorry, what's your range? I'll just fully get out of it.
no, I don't think that's her point.
That's not the point.
Can I not ritual cast? I think I have a slot left for Dispel Magic. Can I cast it on, Norax?
Yeah.
Alright.
You do, it doesn't work.
Shit!
Can you hear anything, Gideon?
I mean, do I hear anything through the Brary's telepathic bond we have up, or...?
Mostly everyone else's panic thoughts right now. It's not the telepathic bond that's really the thing here. She's also not even talking about the telepathic bond, from what you can tell.
Can I just go into my own mind and ask, do you hear anything, Hilo?
It's eating something.
Do you know what?
He kind of just limply points over the edge towards where you can stare down at that massive cliff where it is. You see the dredges of that deflated shell of Hilo, assuming you're looking down.
Yeah.
It's rummaging from the inside. You see Neuraxis' body being dragged inside. We're gonna end the session off here.
Okay, yay!
Okay! Yay!
Oh.
Oh,
It's a treat. It's just a treat. It's just a treat. You guys are freaking out. It's just a treat. Alright, well, let's do some closing remarks, shall we? Let's start off with Jello. What's one thing you learned and what's one roleplay moment you liked?
We learned a lot today just from that last conversation. I mean, I feel like I'll go with the obvious one of I learned about the different demon lords and their associated cycles.
Those different demon lords.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you turned southern.
Yeah, sorry, I let go of myself there.
I let go of the southern
In terms
over.
of roleplay, I lost control.
Okay, don't ever do that again.
Over.
Yeah, roleplay moment?
My favorite roleplay moment, I think it was B shit talking Haruman and then immediately getting beguiled.
You saw
The
that!
shit talking itself was also really fun. I like that first off, just in general, and then the getting beguiled, just immaculate.
Cinema. Absolute cinema. Oh, Ines, you did so good. Alright, Kiki. What's something you learned? What's a roleplay moment you liked?
I don't have a fucking clue. I don't know anymore. I think every day my knowledge is just smaller and smaller. You know the idea of a fractal that when you look closer at it, there's just more fucking sides.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just one of those tiny little sides in an ever-increasing fractal, and I will never know the full extent of anything. I'm checked out. I'm not even at the hotel anymore, bitch. I'm down the highway. How much is the fucking rate? Where am I? I owe money to the tax authority because I haven't paid because I've been that fucking checked out. I know what's going on, but do I understand it? No! Who the fuck is Pazuzu? What the fuck does he want? Why the fuck is Orcus here? Get out of my house. I don't want you here. I signed up for Kosechi and Kosechi only. None of you bitches were on my guest book.
Hello.
One roleplay moment I liked.
I'm sorry.
I really like Sween. Every damn session my spirit is torn asunder. There is no chance to fucking reclaim. You think that Halo's gonna rebuke you, bitch? I will do that. Look out. It's me.
Is that all?
amazing.
That was a long crash out.
Fucking bugged.
It's been building. It's been fucking building. They call me Bob because I'm fucking building.
Oh, I missed the Kiki post-session crash out so much.
Ethan.
Yeah. Oh, that was my favorite roleplay moment. First of all, Kiki's crash out.
That was real. That was the roleplay. That's real life.
One thing I learned is that 8 cycles prior, eight's been a pretty prevalent number within like the mythos of everything in Cursed Ones, so that bodes well for everything. Octograms, magic, 9 hells.
It's because he ate.
Where's 8?
It's because he ate. Neuraxis is getting 8.
Fuck.
Like that's the
Neuraxis
problem.
hit the Kuntagon.
Can't believe Neuraxis is getting 8 out. That's crazy.
Whoa, whoa, Tony. It's getting too late. Grandpa's gotta go to bed.
Alright, what was the roleplay moment?
Kiki.
Oh, right, sorry, sorry. Pick a different one.
Okay. Then I'm gonna pick the whole monologue you went through like right before the break, right after defeating Haruman.
I didn't realize I talked that long. I just started yapping.
Well, it's because you went through different characters, right? But they were all NPCs, and that sort of happens sometimes. But
Yeah. Alright, Tony.
Hi. I learned names are evil. Shouldn't be saying names. Everyone should have nicknames. Never call someone by their actual name. Roleplay moment I liked. I liked the moment when Moloch and Sween both lost their arms and they were interacting. That was nice.
Yeah. Alright, Ines. Hi.
It's all Ines' fault when you think about it.
What?
No. Are you
Because Thisbe told Gideon about the Pazuzu name.
so
It was all
no,
Thisbe's fault.
it's
Why
not.
are you blaming me for this? You were the one who just went with the. Neuraxis literally told you that heads explode, and you were like, what if you just name drop this one?
But I was told that his head exploding name was Grazit. And it would be fine because he practiced. He practiced
I mean, I
Tech
feel like-
Grazit, but not Pazuzu.
I feel like Gideon
Again,
had to fight
We never would
two
have
demons today.
gotten here. We never would have gotten here if Thisbe just never said the name Pazuzu. That's all I'm
We
saying.
would have never gotten here if you didn't let B get kidnapped. No, it's not.
We would have never gotten here if Sabalva just killed Gideon like 20 seconds ago.
True.
So true.
Okay, what did I learn? What did I learn? So much.
Ew.
I've learned there's like 8 demons. I don't know, that's probably been said, but like, I didn't know it. I certainly didn't know it. Me didn't know it. I don't know what's going on anymore. Roleplay moment. I know it's a basic bitch answer, but I'm gonna give it to Moloch and Sween because that was a really nice interaction. They had really good interaction. I don't know what to tell you. I was like, oh my god, slay. I'm gonna cry. That was nice.
Was really cute. Yeah, and I'm Dean. I'm the dungeon master. I play everyone else. I've said this before. One thing I learned is that I can make Kiki crash out stronger than anyone else. Every day I wake. Yes. No,
This
I've
has
already
happened
known
so many
this.
times.
I've already
before.
known this.
This has happened before. There's a clip of me literally sliding down against my dorm room door out of pure and utter agony.
There is, and it's beautiful.
Many such cases.
Many such cases. I learned that I can make Neuraxis crash out on the floor.
Woo, twinsies!
True. Anyways, yeah, so roleplay moment. I mean, okay, I was gonna give it to Moloch and Sween, but I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. I'm gonna switch it up. Won't I? No. I think I'm going to give it to, on a similar vein, I'm gonna give it to Korah trying, like, their best to human. And trying to, like, vaguely comfort Sween and Moloch, but just fucking fully sucking at it. And just keep continuously, like, going, like, not a joke about your arm that just got taken off. like truly insane plays from Korah this session.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
I really liked it. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for tuning in for this session. We'll see you next time. Bye!
Bye! Bye!
See ya.